Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think we are ready to go, it seems. I'm just waiting a second that the screen changes. Here we go. So again, good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Claudine Smith. I'm the CEO of BNP Paribas in Norway and the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce. I have the honor of welcoming you all to this forum dedicated to the carbonization of the industry. Just checking, do you see me? Do you hear me properly?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. So this event today is organized by the French-Norwegian Chamber of Commerce in close collaboration with the French Embassy in Norway, with the Norwegian Embassy in France, the French Club CO2, Innovation Norway, the Research Council of Norway, and the French Institute in Oslo. Our Chamber of Commerce has made the green transition a top priority. And actually, we are proud to say that we have been working on the CCS since 2015. And the event we organized back then in Pau, in Southwest France, gathering private and public stakeholders, has been, as we say in French, an acte fondateur, the origin of the bilateral cooperation on CCS. And since then, the CCS has become a reality. It is largely recognized as part of the solution to meet climate goals of the Paris Agreement. I take this opportunity as well to encourage you to take contact with the Chamber of Commerce, with the administration, to hear about what we are doing, and most importantly, to connect your companies to our network. Now, today, I cannot see you, but we are around 200 participants in this e-forum. And that shows that the timing is good to strengthen even more the cooperation on these themes. Now, because we are 200 participants, I need to remind everybody of some logistics. Yourselves as participants, you have the opportunity to ask questions via the chat, and the moderators all along will select a few questions that will be directed to our experts. The event will be recorded and the link will be shared with yourselves at a later stage. Now, for you who are the speakers, please, just a reminder that you will need to share your presentations and manage your microphones. That means that, like me, you need to mute when you do not present. I won't be much longer, but allow me to thank our ambassadors for their commitment, their support all along, and this support will be materialized today with a highly appreciated contribution to the opening of the conference. I also want to thank the speakers from France and Norway who will enlighten us all along today. And finally, let me thank and introduce our two moderators. Florence Delprat-Jeannot, she is a physicist by training and holds a PhD from the University of Paris Sud. She is currently program manager at the Energy Resource Unit of the AFP Energy, in charge of the CO2 capture, storage and valorization program. She chairs the Club CO2 in association with an association which gathers 30 French CCUS players from research and industry, and which is a place of exchange information and initiatives. The co-chair will be Mr. Ole Jørgen Marvik. Ole Jørgen has a PhD in biotechnology, also has a background as an entrepreneur in the biomedical sector. He is working for Innovation Norway as a special advisor on bio-based industries and carbon recycling. He has a particular focus on Norwegian initiatives on carbon capture and utilization, for instance, through this recent Process 21, a government-initiated roadmap project for making the Norwegian processing industry carbon neutral. So without any further ado, I will leave them the word. Florence, Ole Jørgen, the floor is yours. Have a very nice conference, all.
Thank you, Claudine. In the name of the Club CO2, I am very pleased to moderate this meeting between France and Norway, just to confirm that we have more than 20 years of cooperation between France and Norway on CCUS program, mainly a research program. And now, as Claudine Smith said, it's time to go further and to foster this cooperation in a larger scale project. So thank you so much for this meeting. Ole Jørgen, the floor is yours.
Unmute, right? Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. This will be a very exciting and important event. As already indicated, I work for Innovation Norway, which is the main government agency for industry development, providing grants and loans and also advisory services for businesses. And we are, in this regard, complementary and partly overlapping with the Norwegian Research Council in the way we support companies, and you hear more from the Research Council later. And of course, we both have a very active role in the green transition, as we will hear today. This new buzzword, carbon management, is a very important aspect of this transition, as it integrates carbon sequestration and carbon recycling with the bioeconomy and with renewable energy. And today, we will have a particular focus on the interplay between CCS and CCU and hydrogen, and how we can work together. So, and to help us kick off this event, we are, as Claudine already mentioned, very fortunate to have the respective ambassadors from France and Norway to help us and provide their perspectives. So, it's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce Her Excellency Oda Sletnes, the Norwegian ambassador to France. I hope, I can't see her on the list here, but I hope she's present. Ms. Sletnes, please, the floor, or should I say the screen, is yours. Ms. Sletnes, I think you are muted. Ella, do we have a technical problem?
Jürgen.
Yes.
This is Dominique. We are trying to fix a technical problem with the ambassador.
All right.
Maybe we could change the order and start with the French ambassador.
So, let's please do that. In this case, it's an equal pleasure and an honor to welcome the French ambassador to Norway, His Excellency Mr. Pierre-Mathieu Duhamel. So please, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's clear that technical matters are better working in Oslo than in Paris. So I take this as an advantage. But I see Oda is now online, so maybe we can go back to the intended order. I think we can.
Yeah, that's quite the message. Thank you very much. Good morning, Oslo. I am really sorry for this, and it worked so well yesterday. And actually, I think I have made myself quite a champion of doing video conferences with several screens and additional sound and cameras and all that. But that didn't function today. So, well, Oslo is maybe better than Paris. But let's turn to this topic of your day today, if you allow me, to say something about climate in Norway, France, business opportunities, and of course the green shift. I don't know if you remember, but 2015, the Paris Agreement, and some weeks ago, the UN Secretary General presented the first interim report on the implementation of the Paris Agreement. But the report reveals that the world is nowhere close to the level of ambition needed to achieve what was agreed in 2015. Reaching our climate goals will require bold action in several fields. That's why we are here. And Norway has, like the European Union, ambitious climate goals and has committed to reduce greenhouse gas emission by at least 50% or up to 55% in 2030 compared to 1990. In January this year, the Norwegian government presented its climate action plan. Norway and the EU signed a climate partnership agreement in 2019 to cooperate to fulfill the 2030 climate targets. We fully support the vision and ambitions of the EU New Green Deal, and we want to strengthen our partnership with the EU in concrete and operational terms. Innovation and technology development are key to achieving the green transition. And the private sector, where you are, play a central role. The government's role is to establish the right incentives. Public funding for early movers who are bearing the cost of developing new technology, new industry, and new value chains are essential. With rising CO2 prices, climate-friendly investments should become more and more profitable. There should be business opportunities there. The main policy instruments of the Norwegian Climate Action Plan are taxation of greenhouse gas emissions, new regulatory measures, climate-related requirements in public procurement, more information to the public on climate-friendly options, and financial support for development of new technology, research and innovation. Climate-related requirements in public procurement has already produced impressive results. One example is the electrification of Norwegian car ferries operating in our fjords. There are actually 30 of them already fully electric, and 30 more are being constructed this year. Requirements for zero-emission passenger cars, small vans, and local buses is the next necessary step. The Norwegian Climate Action Plan also proposes to substantially increase CO2 tax, and that is also applied to petroleum activities and aviation. The government will increase funding for research and development. The single largest investment will be a subsidy of 1.6 billion euro to finance the world's first full-scale industrial carbon capture and storage project that will develop a complete value chain from capture to storage of CO2. IPPC, or GIEC as it's known in France, and the International Energy Agency in Paris regard CCS as a necessary and essential part of the lowest cost path towards meeting the Paris Agreement goals. The European Commission has also acknowledged this fact in the European New Green Deal. Emission from power and heat plants, industrial sites and waste management installation in Europe account actually for 2/3 of all CO2 emissions. Decarbonizing these sectors with renewables and energy efficiency alone will not suffice. Industry sectors such as cement or steel production emit CO2 as part of the manufacturing process. The cement industry alone accounts for around 5 to 7% of the world's total CO2 emissions. So CCS can play a crucial role in decarbonizing European industry while maintaining its productivity, both through the capturing of CO2 emitted by industries and through the manufacturing of clean hydrogen. The Norwegian project called Longship, that you will hear a lot more about later today, is one of the first industrial carbon capture and storage projects to develop an open access infrastructure with the intent and the capacity to store significant volumes of CO2 from industries across the European continent, as well as France, of course. It's the milestone of the government's industry and climate efforts. And it is actually based on French-Norwegian cooperation. The joint venture Northern Lights, established by Total, Equinor and Shell, will develop and operate the transport of liquid CO2 from capture facilities to a terminal in Western Norway, where the CO2 will be pumped through pipelines to a reservoir beneath the sea bottom in the North Sea. The government will also provide funding for carbon capture at Heidelberg cement plant in Oslo, south of Oslo, that will use the Northern Lights storage facility. Conditional upon other external funding, CO2 capture from a waste incineration facility in Oslo might also be included. Heidelberg cement factory in Breivik may become the world's first cement plant equipped with a CO2 capture facility. The plan is to capture no less than 400,000 tons of CO2 per year, which corresponds to approximately 50% of its emissions. The Longship project is a public-private cooperation with a shared responsibility for investment. Each industrial partner is responsible for designing their own project, while the Norwegian authorities coordinate and create a framework for each partner's role. The aim is to fulfill the objectives of both government and industry by reducing investment barriers for business and developing sustainable value creation opportunities. The key lies in demonstrating CCS to prove that it's viable by building open access CO2 infrastructure and developing public-private cooperation. It will only be successful if the rest of Europe joins us in developing the market for CCS. So the project is built with excess capacity to offer storing space for more industries, and Norway's goal is to provide a European infrastructure for CCS. Norway, like France and other countries, is working to strengthen the circular economy. Big issue in Paris, as you know. We focus on battery technology, electrification of transport, green shipping, renewable energy, and carbon capture and storage. We need them all to arrive at our ambitious circular economy goals. The government hydrogen strategy will be further detailed in the roadmap this year. 2 new offshore wind parks are now being planned in addition to demonstration farm of 88 megawatts that will be operational already next year. A lot of exciting things is happening in Norway. I know it is in France as well, and we will hear more about it later today. But I hope that you see the new business opportunity and job creation potential that lies in a value creation based on low carbon technology. We have no other option. This is the future. I want you to participate, and I want a good and productive discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for those words about the strong Norwegian commitment. If I may follow up with a couple of questions. I suppose going back to the CCS ambitions, I suppose the burning questions for everyone contemplating CCS is whether it's actually safe. I mean, how can one be sure that the CO2 will be safely and permanently sequestered in the deep Norwegian seabed?
That is a very good question. And I do realize that there are actually a lot of people around Europe who are a little bit hesitant to see gas underneath the crust of the planet to be stored for eternity. But it is now many, many years since the 1990s where this project first was developed in the North Sea to store gas or CO2 from oil installation Sletnes. And I think I already back in 2007 went to the platform together with the European Commissioner for Energy at the time, Mr. Pierre-Mathieu, who saw for himself and wanted to learn more about how this can be done and how it safely can be stored. There are many checkpoints since that, and of course the site chosen for this particular project has nothing to do with oil installation as such, but it is chosen for its stability, for its possibility to store, or for the facility and experience of monitoring this, which Norway has done for so many years. So yes, it is safe.
Well, sounds good. Thank you for those comforting words. But these are huge ambitions and undertakings. So I suppose with reference to today's topic, how can we strengthen the cooperation between France and Norway in this field?
As I said, these are, can you see me still? I'm just lost the, hello? Yes, you are here. Yes, yes, we are here. Okay. As I said in my intervention, this cannot be done without the active involvement of the state, the government, authorities, together with private partners. You are the private partners. I have now talked on behalf of the Norwegian government of our commitment to do this. And of course, we work actively from the embassy and from the Norwegian government to establish a close cooperation also with French authorities to achieve this. It's not only a question of investment, but it is also actually a question of some regulatory obstacles that has to be solved. I think they can. It's not that difficult. It takes some extra effort, but many things are already in place, but a few more hurdles has to be actually overcome. But we think this is a very, very good opportunity to actually to make operational a very close and substantial relation between our Prime Minister and the President of France, who actually has agreed to work together to achieve the green shift, to reach ambitious climate goals, and to see where partnership can be built between Norway and France to this respect.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, there's a lot of opportunities here. Then I think we will return to the French ambassador, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pierre-Mathieu Duhamel. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As I look to you, I mean, I look to my camera, I also look through the window, and I see snowflakes hitting gently the ground in Oslo. And it's a powerful reminder of the fact we need energy. We need energy for basic needs and also for sophisticated one. We need it affordable, and now we need it decarbonized. So that is one goal more we have set here for very good reasons. That's why France, for its part, has embarked upon the path of decarbonizations, and our recovery plan, which is now working, sets aside 30 billion euro for financing green transition, and a part of this amount, a large part of it, is earmarked for decarbonization strategies. 200 million and this year, and 1.2 billion since till 2022 will be dedicated to this strategy. The main focus is on the decarbonization of the primary industries, cement factories, steelmaking, chemical production units, and also on the development of green mobility, especially as regard to the freight. For example, last fall in the city of Dunkirk, on the seashore in the northern part of France, our industry minister, Agnès Pannier-Runacher, had announced the launch of a first series of tenders for decarbonization projects. They are structured around 3 clusters: energy efficiency of process in industries and utilities, investment in decarbonization strategies in industry, and the third one, transitioning of industry processes toward decarbonization. The magnitude of the decarbonization challenge will require mobilizing a wide range of technologies. Some of these technologies have stood the test of time. Some others must be innovative and creative ones. And to be on track to the Paris Agreement Oda Sletnes was referring to, we need to use all of these technology, to combine them, to have a complete set of possibilities. That will indeed imply also to achieve a balance between the environmental results and also to preserve the economic efficiency of our economies on the path toward these reductions, because without financing, without a productive economy, we won't be able to reach the goal. Both things are closely interlinked. Norway has embarked on a very ambitious strategy of building up from scratch a complete value chain for carbon capture and storage, and this will indeed be the focus of this morning event. I am indeed very happy to note that France is already on board and one of the main European contributors to this endeavor. Total has an equal share to the Northern Light joint venture, and Total will be part of this new chapter of the French-Norwegian history about energy. We were there at the beginning, some decades ago, when the question of carbon was less central, perhaps, in the preoccupation, and we are still there when we talk about decarbonization. So this shows how strong our ties are on this matter and how we can evolve together. When I look at the French side, several coastal regions in our country, in Normandy particularly, and northern France, are engaging in building CCS capacities, mainly on the storage part of the value chain. Some of them will be participating to this event and present their strategy to you. When I look at the whole picture, I think that CCS is really offering very large possibilities of cooperation for France and Norway, in particular concerning technologies and storage, depending naturally on our capability to achieve a reasonable price. So to make the entire value chain work on sound economical foundation. It is for these various reasons that I am particularly happy to be part of this event this morning, and I'm sure we will learn a great deal about the way we can go forward together.
Ole Jørgen,
yeah, I was muted, sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I asked your Norwegian colleague about the importance of cooperation. You already alluded to it. And cooperation is not only about private or company-to-company cooperation, but it also, as also mentioned previously, important partnerships, public-private partnerships. And that's very important to reach decarbonization and climate goals. Specifically for the Norwegian French cooperation. Would you like to elaborate on the opportunities for public-private partnerships?
Well, there is a division of labor between the public authorities and the private sector. We need the governments in France, in Norway, to set targets and priorities. This can only come from the legitimacy of political authorities. This is the meaning of the Paris Agreement, and why we are so happy to see that the United States are back on the implementation of the agreement. And we have been instrumental at the time, the French authorities, in reaching the possibility of this agreement. Public authorities.
Sorry, I think we lost your...
Is the sound back?
Yes, it's okay now.
The second part played by public authorities is indeed to set up a mix of incentive and disincentive to modify our collective behavior. For a long time, as you remember, the word environmental damages were considered as an externality. It is the word used by economists, but we have to internalize this at every level of our decision process, making process and our behavior. So it is also up to the public authorities to create this, I would say, set of signals driving us to internalize this constraint. But there is also indeed the critical part of the private sector, because it will only work if we have innovation, if we have economic value chains, if we have dedicated companies who are able to translate this political intention and goals in economic reality. So there is a value chain, I would say, on the matter, starting in the public authorities and ending to, I would say, every one of us through our behaviors and indeed through the private sector. There is also one other aspect I could mention regarding the public sector. It's a tax matter. We are all living with a tax system whose conception was based on, if I refer to quite old time, the notion of property and land. All our tax system, when you look at them, has been built on this notion. Probably it is time to revise this, because first we live partly in a non-material world, as we can all experience this morning, and we live in a world where the notion of territory, of land, has completely evolved and changed. That's why we believe at French level and at European level that we must look closely at the notion of a border carbon adjustment mechanism. We can call it a tax. It's shorter to preserve a level playing field between those who will make great efforts to reduce their carbon emissions toward those perhaps who are not as eager to make these efforts, and to create an incitation to join us. So that's also part of the missions and the goals that public authorities should reach.
Thank you very much. I think with these very inspirational also strong words on the equal commitment and opportunities for joint efforts in innovation and also in the public engagement in this area. I think that provides an excellent, has in an excellent manner set the stage for this the rest of the program. So I thank you both ambassadors for your valuable perspectives here. And I think now we will move on to the first session, which is going head on into the key challenges here. how can we reduce the industry's CO2 footprint. So, and here I leave the word to my moderator colleague, Florence. So please, Florence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jürgen. So for this first session, to share together the opportunities for French-Norwegian cooperation, we will have two keynote papers. A first keynote paper will be dedicated to see the possibility of value creation through the decarbonization of the French of France and Norway. And Gaëlle Cauchois will present us some example. And then we'll have a second keynote paper, which will be given by Elise about the Northern Light projects. So I am very happy to introduce Gaëlle Cauchois, who is a principal consultant at Carbon Limits. And Gaëlle will give you a talk on the value creation of decarbonization through French and Norwegian examples. So Gaëlle, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, we see the screen and we hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Florence, for the introduction. So I have myself close to 15 years experience in CCUS, doing some technical, economic and environmental analysis of various CCUS value chains. And I'm working in Carbon Limits in Oslo, even if I'm French. So I have both perspectives on CCUS, both in France and in Norway. So it's my pleasure to come just after those two speeches from their excellencies. I mean, that will resonate very well with what I'm going to present today. So what I will present today is a quick study we performed in Carbon Limits for Club CO2 on the value creation of decarbonization through French and Norwegian examples. So first of all, let's set the scene as it was set by Her Excellency Sletnes. Decarbonization is a cost for the industry with not enough incentive as of today to make it a business. But if the industry is not decarbonized, the cost on society will be much higher. This has been proven by several studies, including the IPCC special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, and among others also studies from the economist Lord Stein in the UK. The benefits of strong and early action are far outweighed the economic cost of not acting. This is why the regions, countries have set emission reduction targets toward 2030 and 2050. In France, for example, the objectives are clear. France has a target of minus 40% in 2030 compared to 1990 emission and a net zero ambition by 2050. The 2030 target will certainly be revised with the enhanced commitment of the EU towards 2030, which is since December 2020 set to minus 55% compared to 1990 emissions. The impact on the different sectors of such target are detailed in the French low carbon strategy, and a translation on the sector of a national net zero target by 2050 means a 80% reduction in the industry, a 98% reduction on the energy sector, and a 66% reduction of greenhouse gases on waste. In the waste case, we are mostly speaking about methane emissions reduction, whereas for the two other sectors, the focus is really carbon dioxide. In France, there are two ongoing studies of decarbonization of industrial clusters, one in Hauts-de-France, Dunkirk, and one along the Seine axis in the Normandy region, from Rouen to Le Havre. In this access-dense CCUS study, funded by ADEME, the industries, the region, and HAROPA, Carbon Limits, together with Technip Energies and Enea Consulting, are looking into reducing emission within the refinery, chemical, petrochemical, waste incineration sector, and we are looking into building a CCUS roadmap along the Seine axis. In this project, the industrial partners were asked to complete a questionnaire in which they had to quantify their emission reduction opportunities without CCUS. On this graph, you can see their answer. In 2019, the industries were emitting around 9.4 million tons of CO2 per year, and the maximum reduction achieved through other means than CCUS is 1.4 million tons. We reach by 2040, 8 million tons. which is around 15% and far from what is required with a net zero target in 2050. If we consider no closure of sites and an equivalent level of effort between industrial sites of the same sector, the maximum indicative level of emissions in 2030 should be around 6 million tons per year, whereas in 2050 it should tend to 2 to 3 million tons per year. This shows that if CCUS is not applied, then reaching the target set out in the IPCC report, the European Green Deal, and the national strategies is impossible. There is a need for CCUS along this same axis of around 2 million tons per year in 2030 and 5 to 6 million tons per year by 2050. Let's look now at what is happening on another industrial cluster where CCUS studies are carried out these days, led by Oda H and together with ArcelorMittal in the Dunkirk area. Dunkirk represents around 1/5 of the industrial emissions in France. It is the largest energy platform in Europe with an LNG terminal, a nuclear plant, important pipeline and electricity interconnection, but also large industry consumers. The industries present in the clusters are different from the ones we can find in Normandy, as we have a steel production factory, cement, manganese alloy, aluminum, and some petrochemical and a gas-fired power plant, gas coming from the steel factory, in fact. A total of 14 million tons of CO2 per year are emitted over a fairly short distance of 15 kilometers. A consortium with public and private stakeholders is currently building a CCUS roadmap. And according to some calculation we did in carbon limits and some information collected, there could be 2 million tons per year to use or store by 2030 and 5 to 10 million tons of CO2 per year by 2050 that could be used or stored, depending on the role of hydrogen. You will hear more about it from Dominique in the next session. But as most of you know, CCS has a cost, and for now, it has to be subsidized, as it was underlined by Our Excellency Sletnes, in order to bring the cost of the technology down, and because as market drivers today are not enough to cover this cost. This is what is represented on this slide, but I will come back to it afterwards. As most of you know, and as it was highlighted by the Norwegian ambassador in France, in Norway, the government decided in December 2020 to invest 16.8 billion to support CCS deployment. This support is given for the development of the Longship project, which entails the Northern Light part of the project, which is transport by ship from the emitter to a terminal, transport by pipeline from the terminal to offshore storage, and subsea injection of the CO2 in a deep saline aquifer, and of course monitoring of the CO2 fate underground. For this part of the Longship project, Northern Light would receive 10.4 billion NOK over the 14.2 billion required for construction and operation over 10 years. The government is also supporting the Norcem plant, a cement factory in Brevik, where the government provides 3.8 billion NOK over a total cost of 4.5 billion NOK for construction and also 10 years of operation. Additionally, the government decided to partly support Fortum Oslo Varme, the waste incineration plant in Oslo. For this part of the project to happen, Fortum will have to secure additional funding from other sources, such as the Innovation Fund and other sources. But what are the benefits of this state investment in addition to supporting the technology so that the cost of CCS decrease? Well, first of all, this investment is 10 to 20 million tons of CO2 reduction from the initial project, and some additional also CO2 reduction as part of the CO2 is from biogenic origin. In addition, this aid will create, during the construction period, 1,500 to 3,000 jobs, and some of those jobs are in fact in France. It's part of the capture facility in Fauve is led by the engineering Technip. Then it will also allow to keep 200 jobs, even in a low carbon constrained world, and create 170 operational jobs for the CCS chain itself. It will also allow to produce 600,000 tons of low carbon cement and burn 400,000 tons of in a low carbon way. and also power 160,000 housing units with the heat provided by the waste incineration plant. Finally, it also allows to create the Northern Lights site that can host, in the first phase, an additional 0.7 million tons per year from third party. And this third party would themselves create CO2-free product, keep and create jobs and reduce their emissions. You will hear more about this in the presentation of Elise just after mine. Coming back to job retainment and creation, a SINTEF study showed the number of jobs that could be created directly and indirectly by a CCS industry. I already mentioned the number of jobs for Longship. We have about 150 to 200 operational jobs that can be created per million tons of CO2 stored, approximately 50% for capture and 50% for transport and storage. Now let's move on to Norway, where there could be between 4,000 and 19,000 direct jobs linked to the CCS industry, and up to an additional 33,500 of indirect jobs. But most importantly, having CCS on the industry would allow to retain 210,000 jobs in a low carbon constrained world. The same applies to Europe, with a total number of employees reaching 6.5 million and up to 86,500 jobs that could be created through CCS. Let's now go back to our French regions, where I just did a very preliminary calculation. So in Hauts-de-France, where we could capture up to 10 million tons of CO2 per year, if we were doing CCS, it would allow to keep those 25,000 jobs that are currently already there, but also to create 750 jobs for CCS operation for the capture, conditioning, and storage terminals. In addition, it would allow to create, during the construction phase, 10,000 jobs, up to 10,000 jobs. The same for Normandy, with 6 million tons of CO2 captured, a current employment from the emitting industry of 4,500 jobs, and the creation of 400 jobs during operation and 5,000 during construction. This would allow those regions to create low carbon products of various kinds, as you can see listed on the slide. Low carbon steel, low carbon cement, oil products, and would bring an edge in the low carbon product market to those two regions. A low carbon product produced with CCS would cost around 25% more than the product without CCS. The impact on the final product is minimal and is maybe something that the end customers might be willing to take. Some different studies showed an increase of less than 1% for building construction using cement with CCS, and the same for a car with low carbon steel. For waste, an household would have to pay an additional 15 NOK per month, €5 for its waste disposal fee. So this is maybe something that the customer might be willing to take. Having low carbon products seems to be more and more topical, but as of now, a little push from the government is still required. The cost of CCS is between 100 and 250 euros per ton as of today. With an ETS of around 40 now per ton, public funding are still required. The willingness to pay is increasing through this, but it might need a push from regulation or from voluntary markets. But we really have to make sure to have enough scale to bring down the cost of CCS. And that's why financial incentives from governments are necessary. We want to cross the line as soon as possible, maybe by 2030 with a cost per ton of 60 euro per ton. Let's make sure this does not happen too late with regard to climate change mitigation, and that the sectors where there are no other solution to reduce drastically the emission get the support they need. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to thank the Club CO2 for its support for this quick study.
Thank you very much, Gaëlle. Thank you for this nice presentation, which, as you said, show that there is a value to CCS, and the value that is much higher than doing nothing. So what I suggest is to have all the questions at the end of the session. So please, I remember all the participants that they are invited to share their questions and comments through the chat. And since there will be no capture if we do not have any storage, so I open the floor to Elise Rock, who will present us the Northern Light project. So Elise, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elise Rock. I am part of the business development team of the Northern Light joint venture. As you know, the joint venture is a partnership between Total, Shell, and Equinor, and everybody put resources in it. And myself, I'm coming from Total side.
Sorry to interrupt you, Elise, but we do not hear you very well. So can you speak louder, please? Maybe.
Yes, can you hear me better now?
Yes, a little better, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to speak louder. I hope it's better now. Yeah, today I would like to talk to you about the Northern Light project. As you know, well, it has been introduced already by the speakers before me. Northern Light is a part of the Longship project. The Longship project is a national ambition. It is supported by both the Norwegian government and the industries through Total, Equinor, and Shell. It has been a long journey since 6 years now that the project started. And finally, in December last year, it has been approved by the Norwegian Parliament. The state support agreement has been approved. The three partners took their final investment decision, and the project could start and go ahead. It will be the first industrial scale CO2 capture and storage project, the first that the aim is to store CO2 from industrial emitters and to remove CO2 from the atmosphere. And what is particular in this project is that the traditional CCS model that is existing today, you have more than 20 projects around the world, but they are based on a scheme where the emitter is connected directly to the storage site. Here at Northern Light, we aim to decouple the emitter location from the storage. And by this, we will be able to create a network that will allow the emitter to produce the CO2 from their facilities and to send it to a storage location. So it's really opening the field of CO2 capture and storage because of this solution to be able to transport the CO2 from the emission point to the storage point. Why CCS in Norway makes completely sense, and this has been already answered by the ambassador of Norway in France. CCS in Norway, it's a long experience, 25 years. Equinor is currently operating 2 fields, Sletnes and H.E, that are doing capture and storage of CO2. So it is a well-known technology. It's not something new. There is a long story. There is a lot of experience that has been collected. And we can now say that it is safe to store CO2 under the ground. Just to come back on the CO2 storage concept for Northern Light. So you have two ways to store CO2 under the ground. You can either use saline aquifer, which is reservoir that contains salty water, or you can either use depleted gas and oil field, which are reservoirs that has been exploited. Gas or oil has been pumping out of the reservoir and you use it to put it. For Northern Light, we are using a virgin reservoir, I would say, a saline aquifer. And we know very well this location because it is right under the Troll field. Troll is an oil and gas field that is currently and that has been exploited for many years. So all this area here is well known. There has been a lot of data available, seismic data available. And we know it is a safe storage because it has the 4 mechanisms to keep CO2 permanently stored. The first one being the roof, the cap here. So when you drill a well here to store your CO2 under the ground, you have this cap that will keep safe the CO2 into this reservoir. Here you have the sandstone where the CO2 will be injected. And the longer it stays under the ground, the safer it gets because you have 3 mechanisms to show, to ensure the CO2 will stay. It is trapped between the rocks. It is then dissolved into water, and then it can mineralize and become like rocks. So after 10 years of storage under the ground, 50% of the CO2 can become rock like this one. So you can see that it's a mechanism that makes it safe and that we know that it will stay under the ground. So we are using this silane aquifer. How do we get the CO2 into the ground? First, we have to use the onshore facilities. So we have an initial design of 1.5 million tons per year of liquid CO2. So we can welcome 1.5 million tons per year. The facilities are new and they are completely designed to handle CO2. We'll have a new jetty, the ship containing the liquid CO2 will arrive from Norway and hopefully from Europe. And we'll offload the liquid CO2 into some intermediate storage tank, and then we have some pump that will inject the CO2 into a 100-kilometer pipeline that will then bring the CO2 subsea and into the ground. So here you can see we have started already the construction phase. This is dated from February. You see here a photo of the site. This is what it will be, and this is what it is right now. The particularity of the facilities is that we have a design that makes the extension possible for future phases. The idea being to be able to welcome 5 million tons per year of CO2 in the future. What is happening below the surface of the water? As I mentioned, you have a 100-kilometer pipeline. Here you see this is the site, and it's going down to the seabed. We already have drilled a well. It was done last year. It was an exploration well just to confirm the injectivity and the capacity of the reservoir. And this well will be reused. So we will do what we call a sidetrack to be able to reuse the well for injection. Here you have some photo of the facility of the subsea structure that has been installed already. And here you see the wellhead will be here together with the connection of the pipeline. So we do have also subsea some contingencies to be able to connect future extension of additional wells. Just a word also on the ship transportation. So this is also a breakthrough for Northern Lights. We are going to build 2 new CO2 carriers. They are going to be the largest in the world, 5,700 7,500 cubic meter capacity, whereas today the largest is more around 2,000 cubic meters. But we wanted to make it cost effective and also lower down the technological risk as possible. So we use a standard ship design. So it's really very close to an LPG ship design. And the focus was obviously on the CO2 consumption of the ship and the energy efficiency of the ship. So the ship is powered by LNG, and you have also a battery that will allow the approach, and when the ship goes away from the port, it will be on battery. So just to give you an idea of the capacity of the ship, one ship can handle around 400,000 tons of CO2 per year from the North French coast up to Norway. So you will need one ship to handle this amount of CO2 per year. So now a very big milestone happened actually yesterday. So this is brand new. You have seen the new logo of the Northern Light project. We have the joint venture has been officially launched yesterday. There has been an event with Tinabru, the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy of Norway. The joint venture is incorporated, and it is a really important step for the Northern Light project, because now we have an entity where the partner equally participate, Total, Shell, and Equinor. And this entity will be the asset owners and operator of the facilities. And the aim of the entity is to propose the CO2 storage and transportation as a service across Northern Europe. So here it's good to see faces. You see the photo of Gabor Jacobson, who is the managing director, and there is a team of around 15 persons ready to answer your needs. The Northern Light JV will be the contracting entity that is going to propose this service and to sign agreement with emitters. So just a word on the business case, because it's very important. The aim of the Northern Light project is to create a CCS value chain that is aiming at decarbonizing industry, of course, but that is also will be the first step of a profitable value chain, because if it's not profitable, it's not going to run on itself, and it needs to be profitable in the long term. So the way it works is that we have this first phase here of 1.5 million tons per annum, with one capture site, Norcem Breivik, that is going to bring 0.4 million tons per annum, so this is secured. Most probable second site will be the Fortune Oslo City incinerator, and as highlighted, we do have a spare capacity that are open to emitters from Europe. The first phase is also in terms of facilities. I showed you the facilities, but you need to know that the pipeline is already installed for 5 million tons per annum of capacity, as well as umbilical system, as I mentioned earlier. So we are able to scale up to 5 million tons, depending obviously on the demand for storage and capture of the CO2. How does it work in terms of funding? So the Norwegian state, through a super state agreement, is providing around 80% of the financial needs, CapEx, OpEx for 10 years, and the partner put the rest. And this makes the first phase. it will need to be a self-standing business case for the phase 2 to scale up to 500 million ton, and obviously demand and funding capabilities will be the driver for us to build this second phase. An important things I wanted to say here is a project of common interest. So Northern Lights, it's not a project, a standalone project on itself. It's a part of a project of common interest at European level. It means that Northern Lights, together with its partners under this project of common interest, is willing to create the value chain. So we have been recognized by the Europe as a project of common interest in 2019. It means that all the partners that you can see here are part of this network, and we are working together to make the value chain happen. The big interest to be a project of common interest, the big advantage is that you can get some European funding, and you have accelerated permitting and authorization process. And obviously, the fact that we team up will stimulate the cost reduction, because it will stimulate cost-effective solution, innovative solution. And you can see here that we do have some French partners. Air Liquide, ArcelorMittal are part of the PCI 2019. And the PCI needs to be renewed every 2 years. So we just applied, actually Friday was the date where we submitted our application for the renewal of our label. We included new countries, we included new entrants to stimulate innovation, to scale up again in terms of volumes. And you will need to know that France has been strengthened. So the idea being to leverage the momentum around the Dunkirk and Le Havre that we have now. A word on costs. So Gaëlle mentioned this already, and this is a very important topic. Here you can see what are the possible leverage we have in terms of cost around the value chain. Obviously, the ETS price of CO2 is a big driver. It is expected to grow. I put 35 here, but I saw Gaëlle put 38. It's true that we are, in the last few months, the price of ETS grows, and this is very good, but it is yet not enough. So you should know that the total cost, this is a public figure, but the cost of the first 800,000 million tons of Northern Lights, so emitted from Norway, stored in the Northern Light complex, it's around 120 euro per ton in terms of cost. So it's in the low range of this window, very wide window, depending on technologies and location, obviously. Carbon tax is one leverage. European subsidy is another one. We are relying on, our emitters are relying on innovation fund that can fund up to 60% of the additional cost needed to put in place the CCS technology. But you have the Connecting Europe Facility Fund, Transition Fund that can be accumulated, but it's yet not enough. You will need national complements. And as mentioned already, you will find some countries that will put carbon tax at the border scheme. Norway, as presented its plan against to reach the carbon neutral target, and they are talking of a price of carbon around 200 euros. So this is huge, but it's what it gets for some industries to be able to decarbonize. So we will need national complements through carbon tax or through subsidies. The Netherlands, for example, they have a subsidy that can, on top of the European subsidy, fund up to 40% of the capex and opex of a CCS project, and the rest will be for the industry. Here I put the cost, the ambition to decrease the cost. So you see we have a long way to come from here to there, but we are working on it every day with our partner. Just to finish on this is just a few words on the regulation that we have today in Europe. Just to say here that what is currently available allow the safe transport and storage of CO2. The storage regulation in Norway authorized third-party access to the Northern Light complex to store CO2 coming from other countries than Norway. You have the CCS European directive that is giving you a framework for safe storage, giving some guidelines to prevent risk. And also to monitor the storage and make sure it is safe in the long term. The long-term protocol helped a lot also to make possible the transport of CO2 across countries. The addendum that allowed the transport of CO2 has been signed already by several countries, and we know that other countries are now working to sign this, and the ETS directive confirmed that the CO2 that you will capture, transport, and store into the Northern Light complex will be considered as not emitted, so it can be can come as a reduction of your liabilities under the ETS. So here is the final word. I will be very happy to answer the question if you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise, and thank you also, Gaëlle. Thank you for both a very interesting presentation. So we do have quite a number of questions on the chat, so thank you to all the participants. I'm not sure that we will be able to address all the questions. First one is dedicated to the sites. The projects that were presented are the project in Hauts-de-France and Normandy. I would like to recall you that there is a paper from ADEME, which is a French funding agency that has identified these two regions, in fact, as regions very favorable for the deployment in CCUS with a storage in the North Sea. So this is why we address this storage, these regions, because it is a good example for the cooperation between Norway and France. But of course, there are also some other emitters in France. And I suggest not to answer this question. Maybe this question could be addressed by in the latest session by the representative of the French ministry. We have a question about the storage, and in particular about the acceptability, the social acceptability of massive CO2 storage under the sea, and the position of the European environmental lobbies on the project Northern Light. So I think this is a very important question for the deployment of the whole chain in Europe. So maybe, Elise, you can comment about this issue, the one of societal acceptance.
Yes, so in Norway, the Northern Light project is working closely with the NGOs, together with the government as well. the Ministry of Environment is also involved in the development of the project. And as I mentioned, the context is probably much more open to CCS in Norway that it is elsewhere, because in Norway it has been decades that CO2 has been stored under the ground. But even given this context, we are always working with the NGOs to explain what we are doing, to explain the CO2 storage mechanism and also the monitoring. So that you need to know that even when the injection of the CO2 will be stopped, we will have to close the well, but we will still do some monitoring. Some seismic will be done just to confirm the CO2 is not moving elsewhere first, and to confirm the quantity is also there and it will stay there. And we have done this for the fields that are in Norway now storing CO2, and it has been proven that the CO2 has not moved. So we have a lot of data first to confirm that it is safe, and then of course we put in place all the monitoring process to make sure it stays under the ground in the long term.
Okay, thank you, Elise. There is another question for you, which is about the progress of the contract in particular. So the question precisely is the following: did the joint venture has already signed and secure some CO2 contract with some external clients? In fact, where at which step are you? In fact.
So for the moment, the answer is no. We are, but we are in a discussion with a lot of players. We are now entering into first commercial agreement discussion at head of term level with around 10 customers. This is linked to the innovation fund timeline, because there has been a lot of CCS projects submitted to the Innovation Fund, and to make sure the projects happen in terms of capture, they need to have a transportation and storage solution. So we are in discussion, and it's progressing quite well, and actually it's very enthusiastic, because if you sum up all the emission coming from the industrial we are talking to, we are up to 8 million tons per annum. So way above what we can do, but this is a good, very good signal for us to scale up more quickly.
Okay, thank you, Elise. Sorry to all the participants, but we will not be able to address all the questions. I will, because we have to keep the timing, I will ask a last question to Gaëlle. Gaëlle, you show us some very encouraging perspective for CCUS. Can you comment a little about the barriers for the deployment of CCUS?
Yeah, yes. So one of the main barriers, in fact, is the funding at this stage, and that's exactly what Elise said. We have, in fact, a lot of CCS projects that are planned. It's not just the 8 million tons that might be going to Northern Light, but all in all, in Europe, we could have like up to 73 million tons of CO2 with the planned project, capture project, so stored by 2030 something. So yes, there are plenty of projects that are planned at this stage, but the question is whether or not they will be able to secure their funding. And maybe at this stage, in fact, more and more industries are planning CO2 capture projects, but the limiting factor after might be the storage space available, even if it's because of the timing of development on some storage space. So I just wanted also to bounce back on the question of social acceptance. In fact, many NGOs in Europe are for CCS and want to and are pushing the CCS deployment. And some NGOs have changed their mind since back in 2012, where they were completely against CCS. Now they see the need for developing CCS. So yeah, that's the main barrier I see.
Okay.
Funding.
Okay, thank you very much, Gaëlle. Thank you very much, Elise. Thank you for this very interesting presentation that the scene and opens the way to a very nice perspective for CCUS and in particular cooperation between France and Norway. So I'm sorry for all the participants, but I will close the session now. We keep your question in mind, and if we have the possibility to address them in the following session, then please sure that we will do. So thank you, everybody. I close the session, and Ole Jørgen, I give you the floor now.
Thank you, Florence. There was, I believe, a brief break now, but I think we should move on. Maybe we should have, well, no, I think we should move on straight ahead in the interest of time. So we will now have the regional perspectives. We have four examples and case descriptions, 2 from France and 2 from Norway, followed by a discussion. And I think I'll do as also Florence did. We will wait with the questions till the end of the session. And in the interest of time, I please ask the speakers to stick to 10 minutes. So we have time for discussion afterwards. That's a very valuable part. First out is Mr. Dominique Pierre, who's the headmaster and plant manager of ArcelorMittal at Dunkirk, which is a huge plant with more than 3,000 people and production of 7 million tons of steel per year. And so that's a very significant plant. And he's also founding member of the Dunkirk Collective, CO2 and Industry, which I understand is an ambitious joint undertaking to reduce the CO2 emissions in the Dunkirk region. So Dominique, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, I put my presentation. You can see my presentation?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for attending the presentation. I'd like to talk about the Dunkirk CO2 roadmap to carbon neutrality. In 2019, 4 industrials, as ArcelorMittal, Liberty Aluminium, Ferroglobe, and Comilog, have created the Dunkirk CO2 Collective with 2 objectives. The first objective is to alert the authorities about the disadvantage compared to other foreign industrial products imported in Europe, which are not subject to the carbon tax. And the second objective is to declare that they wanted to accelerate the transition and called for a part of the funds raised by the state to be injected into the territories to assist with investment in innovative decarbonization technologies. In 2020, the collective organized an European CO2 meeting in Dunkirk and built its own CO2 roadmap to carbon neutrality. So now let me present a synthesis of this roadmap. The objective is to be carbon neutral in 2050, and to decrease for 33% in 2030. So for that, we will use 4 ways: the ways of circular economy, of smart carbon, on carbon capture, on hydrogen. For the first way, the circular economy, we will use circular carbon. We will use biomass on carbon waste to put in the process, in the installation. And we use circular iron and aluminium, and we will use more scraps to produce our product. In another project is a gas recovery and transformation of this gas to heat and electricity. And another project of circular economy is to create a very big heat superhighway in the harbor for all the industrial and logistic to put heat for the plant. They have more heat, and to take heat for the other consumers. So is the first way. The second way is smart carbon, is a new technologies for blast furnace on aluminium. So I will present the biggest project of smart carbon after. The third way is a carbon capture. Create a CO2 hub, not only for storage, but for reuse too. This CO2 hub will have a pipe to the CO2, but can be served with railway and ship transport. In this project, so we have the CS to export, perhaps to Norway. In this project, we have CCU for transform CO2 to fuel, for example. On the fourth way is hydrogen for DRI plant and for CCU, but only when the price of hydrogen will be accessible. In the right, you can see the pie chart. I hope you can see all the pie chart. The percentage of each contribution was for the first step to reach the decrease of 33%. With recycling, with smart carbon, and with capture carbon. So now you can see in this slide the photo of the Dunkerque territory, and you can see the heat flow. You can see the CO2 flow for the region Hauts-de-France and for port of Dunkerque. You can see hydrogen flow, and you can see the export, and you can see the place of 2 CCU in this place and in this place. This is the synthesis of our project. So now let me focus on 2 projects. The first project is the project of Mars Carbon, is the IGAR hybrid blast furnace project. In this project, ArcelorMittal has launched an industrial demonstrator for the capture and storage. Excuse me, no, in this project is not. No, in this project, the gases from a steel production will be reused and transformed into reductive synthesis gases rich on hydrogen and rich on carbon monoxide. Then these gases will reinjected into the blast furnace, replacing fossil fuel. So with this project, we will put less fossil fuel in the blast furnace, and we replace this fossil fuel with gas of blast furnace and other gas of the plant rich in monoxide, carbon monoxide, and rich in hydrogen. This project is the first of a kind. With this project, ArcelorMittal will decrease of 17% its emission in 2030. The timing is for the demonstrator, industrial demonstrator. We are building this demonstrator, and we will have all of the results in 2025. And after that, we will transform our blast furnace. The second focus is a focus of CO2 capture. The principle is to capture, purify, and liquefy CO2 for reuse or storage. With this project, ArcelorMittal will decrease of 8% its CO2 emission in 2030. With that, we have a project of 90 million euro. This project is funded by Europe at 75%, and it's a consortium on 11 partners as Accent, IFPEN, Total, and ArcelorMittal. So we are building today a first demonstrator. This industrial demonstrator could capture 0.5 ton of CO2 per hour. And after that, we will design an installation for 1 million ton of CO2 per year. And you have the timing for the result of the demonstrator, and after that, the timing for the industrial installation. So, to summarize the Dunkirk CO2 roadmap, we have an objective to reach a decrease of 33% of CO2 in 2030 with the circular economy, with smart carbon, with CO2 capture. And at the same time, we launched some study of hydrogen. So with smart carbon and hydrogen, we will reach the objective of the carbon neutrality in 2050. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dominique. This was very interesting, and also to see how you integrate different energy and mass flows in your region, and combine the CCS with also CCU applications. So thank you very much. Now we will have a presentation from the western part of Norway. It's Natalia Golis, the deputy mayor of the Western County Council, and represents also the Norwegian Green Party. So she should have a green interest in this topic. And I know there is a lot of things going on, as we've heard already, in this region. So I'm sure she will tell you more about. So Natalia, please.
Thank you so much, Ole Jørgen. My sound is good?
Yes.
Super. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for the partners that have put together this webinar. I will not be using so much time, Ole Jørgen, on, for example, what you've already been through today. I was going to make you a short run through of what our ambitions are and what we're working on, and also, as it said in the script, a little bit on the societal acceptance, which I can hear you've also been in through before I came into the meeting. Now, let me see, I'm going to share my screen shortly now. Okay. So we have the west coast of Norway I represent. We're in an exciting new era. And as we all like to say we live in exciting times, but I'm really feeling now that the next decade will be the decarbonization decade, and how our ambitions between policymakers, between private sector, between the financial sector is actually going to show that it's actually the regions of the world, I feel, are really going to be in the lead. Nationally in Norway, there's a great move towards decarbonization, but I feel now that the regions are actually in much larger degree sort of taking the lead, because we're so small that we have all the overview of the value chains. We can see and we actually know all the actors on the board, but we're also large enough, the west coast of Norway, to actually make a difference globally on our ambitions. We see that as we're moving towards what we call now Operation Zero Emission 2030. This is just a small picture from that. We have over 7 million tons of CO2, which is 13%, which also includes heating, waste, agriculture, transportation, but we've also added in the whole geographical area that we're going to cut carbon emissions from. Most importantly, as we're seeing this move, it's the result of public-private cooperation. Our policies are driving the transition because we're raising the banners high and we're going into collaboration with the private sector. The west coast of Norway is not just known for the projects that we're known for, as you mentioned here earlier, but we sort of normalized an electrical day when it comes to electric vehicles, when it comes to the largest number now of electric ferries. We're going to have 72 on the water. We just passed the largest tender for a low or zero emission high-speed passenger vessels for 2021. Our taxis are going to be zero emission. We also have world-leading business clusters for the technology in the maritime industry. And when it comes to CCS and CCU, we're seeing on the west coast here a much more movement towards circular solutions in CCU, which I saw someone had asked a question, wouldn't it be cheaper? Well, what we're seeing is that people are now beginning to see that they can capitalize on the circular solutions, and we're using a lot of time building up that momentum. When you have a good public-private collaboration, means we can also, for example, through our transportational tenors, create a basis production. And that has been maybe one of the most exciting collaborations when it comes to the high-speed passenger vessels, because we can say that we are technologically neutral. We don't say what kind of technology we want on our boats. And by doing that, we have now 4 to 5 really high-end hydrogen clusters working now, and how we can, through our tenor, make sure that their production levels are at a minimum, stable, which means they can then go on further. Shore power has also sort of kickstarted the maritime, but we see now that that's become almost every day. It's become almost that every harbor has shore power. And as we're moving forward, we see now that our zero emission aviation plans are getting much farther along, which is also something I think that a French-Norwegian collaboration really should look into on how we can exchange that. Our possibilities and barriers. Well, as I said before, we have normalized an electric everyday life. And that sort of goes into the societal acceptance. People just agree that we have to cut emissions, and electricity has become the normality. Carbon usage and solutions in a circular economy are, I think, one of our biggest possibilities, but maybe also our barriers, because we're working on the financial sector here. What also is really interesting is that we have innovational clusters much more now engaging in public discourse, engaging in policy making with us, with politicians. And then by creating solution banks, which are accessible for everybody, we call them climate partners, private businesses can borrow, loan, copy all the solutions of each other, and we have a maybe one of the most open sharing cultures, which I think is really important. A barrier which I'd really like to put 2 lines under is that we have a finite renewable power supply as it is now. We have, as you know, the hydropower, and we're working on offshore wind. Wind power on land has sort of come to a standstill. So how are we going to use this renewable power supply efficiently and smartly? Which of course means that we have to speak about how we're pulling electricity out onto our oil and gas platforms. And then again, that has to do also with the public support. So these are really big questions that need to be answered quickly in the course of the next couple of years. One of the other barriers for us is a disagreement we have on the sense of urgency. How is it that we discuss this, and what sort of is our goals? Now we've made a goal of 2030. And as you can see, we have so many resources to pull off of. We have the natural resources, but most importantly, it's the human capital, which is also coming mostly from a great amount of knowledge from the oil and gas sector. I think this barrier, I'm just going to stop this. I think this barrier is something we should bilaterally use a lot of time, because societal acceptance is also based on the safety and security of our 600,000 citizens living on the west coast of Norway, right? They're very worried about the costs of energy. And of course, I think that when we're moving towards a decarbonization, it's going to be much more natural to inflict and use decarbonized solutions. All in all, I think that the west coast of Norway is moving forward because we have a region that is raising the bar. We have seen that the transportational green shift has easily made it more easier for businesses to find other solutions. And we have a lot of interesting projects now that are not just going on, for example, CCS, but ongoing on the CCU. And 2 of those are the carbon solutions, which are especially going into the waste systems, which is maybe what we're maybe not as good as in Norway as you are in France when it comes to circular economy, but is definitely something that we have put on the agenda much more regionally, as we see that that's where also the businesses are looking for capitalization. So thank you, Uli, again. I think I've used up my time, and I look forward to answering some questions.
Well, thank you very much, Natalia. I think that was an excellent point, pointing to the fact that renewable energy and carbon management here are interlinked areas, and also the importance of bringing the public discussion into the sort of more internal industry development discussion. So I think that's a really important part. So thank you very much. Now we will have hear from return to France. We will have a presentation of ambitions in the HAROPA region, which I understand is the acronym for Paris, Le Havre, and Rouen. So the industry region on the Seine River Valley. And Herman has a background from Shell and is the energy market manager and responsible for chemical and energy sectors at the HAROPA port complex. So Thierry, please.
Good morning. I would like first to thank you for this opportunity to present my new organization. I will share a short presentation where I will detail the HAROPA organization and also the decarbonization of the Seine Valley. I think you see well my slide. Okay. Yes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So HAROPA, it's a combination of.
It's a presentation mode. We can see the presentation mode, not the.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I think you had it in. Yeah.
I will close it.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's working well. So HAROPA is a concatenation of Le Havre, Rouen, Paris, the three ports. The three ports will merge their one state institution in June this year. And Stéphane Raison will become the first general manager of HAROPA. Stéphane Raison is well known in Dunkirk because he was the general manager of the Dunkirk harbor. And Stéphane Raison joined HAROPA in November last year. Since October last year, we launched a decarbonization plan for the Seine Valley. Seine Valley, I mean Le Havre, Paris, and Rouen. And we have two main projects, the CCU projects and an hydrogen implementation project. We are building our strategy for 2020 and to 2025, and of course beyond, with, I would say, a stress with the Olympic game in Paris in 2024 to improve the implementation of the hydrogen in Paris and in the suburb of Paris. Coming now on the CCU project, we are covering all aspects of the CCU. I mean carbon capture, storage, and usage. I have here, so you can see here the members of the team. You can recognize the main petroleum companies, petrochemical companies of the Seine Valley. You have also additive suppliers as Chevron, Lubrizol, or fertilizers as Yara or Borealis in Rouen. Synergy LH is the industry association from Le Havre, and AAPGR is the industry association from Port-Jérôme. We are facing a great challenge in this project because, as you can see on this map, the Seine Valley is quite large. You have 200 kilometers from Le Havre to Paris. Paris is just below the label here, with a high industry, high level of industries in Le Havre for the chemical and petrochemical sector. In Port-Jérôme, you have also petrochemical actor as ExxonMobil, and you have also Air Liquide. And in Rouen, we have a major player in the chemistry and fertilizers, which is Borealis. Today we are progressing quite well in this project, and we expect to be able to build our implementation plan for June this year. The first result is that we will have to capture around 7 million tons of carbon dioxide on the Seine Valley. And if you take only the two petrochemical sites in Port-Jérôme, Total in Le Havre, the two sites for fertilizers, Yara in Le Havre and Borealis in Rouen, we have here a volume of 1.3 million tons of carbon dioxide we should have to capture. So the challenge there is to decide how to transport the CO2 from Rouen and Port-Jérôme to Le Havre and after to the storage area. We have two options today we are studying. The first one is to build one liquefaction site in each cluster. I mean, one in Le Havre, one in Port-Jérôme, and one in Rouen. Or the second option is the building of only one liquefaction site in Le Havre and use an old pipe owned by Shell Petroplus in the past. This pipe is going from Rouen to Le Havre going through Port-Jérôme. So it's a good opportunity to reuse an old pipe. The issue there is that you have to assess the technical capacity of this pipe to transfer CO2 along the Seine Valley. If not, we will have to build 3 liquefaction sites. And I think the final solution will be in between. I discussed yesterday with Stéphane Raison. Maybe we will have only to build two liquefaction pipes, 2 liquefaction sites, one in Port-Jérôme and one in Le Havre, and bring the CO2, transport the CO2 from Rouen to Port-Jérôme via a pipe. So we are progressing quite well here, and we are also looking at the usage of the CO2. We have 3 main today. We have 3 main options. We have 3 main opportunities. The first one is the production of e-fuels, and I did attend a petrochemical presentation yesterday, and this is the highlight for the next coming years of the Total and ExxonMobil, is the development of these e-fuels using hydrogen and CO2. Of course, we are also looking at the production of polymer, carbonate polymer, polypropylene, and also the use of the saturation of concrete with CO2. In parallel to this CCS2 project, we are managing also an hydrogen project. And if I said, what I could say that we can copy past my discussion, my presentation, because the main users are again Borealis in Rouen, ExxonMobil for the hydrotreatment unit in Port-Jérôme, Total and Yara in Le Havre. So the idea there is to reduce the production of hydrogen with crude oil and produce hydrogen with renewable electricity. And the region is planning to build in Fécamp. Fécamp, if you see my red dots, is on top of that, is close to here. And Fécamp will produce, the region will build a 500 megawatt wind farm in 2023 to 2024. And with this electricity will allow the production of renewable hydrogen. The consumption of hydrogen on the Seine Valley is quite huge, because it's around, we estimate this consumption around 300,000 tons on a year basis, and the total consumption in France is 1 million. So roughly, the Seine Valley represents 30% of the consumption of hydrogen in France. This is why we are managing both projects in parallel, CO2 capture, but also hydrogen production. We also look at the mobility, of course. There is some planning for buses, for example, in Rouen, in Paris. You have already 100 taxis running with hydrogen. And for the Olympic Games, we will develop, of course, the mobility on hydrogen. Also on the for pushers, for example, or for tugs. So the planning is that for mid-year 2021, we should be able to present a whole implementation plan. And Stéphane Raison, I worked with Stéphane Raison yesterday to, I would say, to fine-tune this plan, to present this plan to the French government. We have also some, it's well known that H2V Normandy, associated with Air Liquide, will build an hydrogen plant in Port-Jérôme, should be here along the river, and will supply hydrogen to ExxonMobil, and part of this hydrogen will also be used for mobility. More we are working on this project, more we have new, I would say, new items coming from the discussions. I heard a heating network in Dunkerque. We have the same, I would say, same issues to develop our heating network for CO2 capture. and also industrial water availability for the production of hydrogen. One main remark is that hydrogen will not be able to, I would say, to cover all the needs and will not allow to reduce significant needs of production, the emission of CO2. The best estimates for CO2 reduction via the production of hydrogen is around 8% on the Seine Valley. So 8% of the 7 million tons. Of course, for this type of projects, CCSU or hydrogen, we are looking deeply for sharing highlights and lowlights of the different projects in Europe. And for example, today for hydrogen, we have a session, a shared session with Port de Nantes, where we are sharing the implementation of hydrogen in the Port de Nantes, and we will check if we have the same, I would say, highlights, same plans, and if we miss some elements we could add to our strategic plan. So I would like to thank you, and I am ready for any questions during this session or in a separate session in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. This was a very good overview and interesting presentation of your region, and also points to the complexity and the large volumes involved, and also again an example of the integration of renewable energy with the CCU and CCS ambitions. So I think particularly how the CCU, of course, but I think this is a very good example. So thank you very much. I think we'll leave the questions for the end. So now we will go to the last presentation in this session. We'll get an insight of the Mo Industripark and the CO2 hub of Nordland, located in sort of middle part of Norway, although still quite far north, almost at the Arctic Circle. This is an industry region with deep roots and now looking into the future, as we will hear from Yann Gabor, Vice President of Property Development at the Mo Industripark. So Yann, please.
Thank you, Ole again, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you today. Do you see the video on the presentation?
We do.
Okay, very good. So let's just go straight into the presentation. As you can see, Mo Industripark has the ambition to be a world-class green industrial park. And from that, we have developed a program called MIP Sustainability, and I'll show you some of the project that is the outcome from this initiative that's been going on for about 7 years. Mo Industripark is basically the largest industrial cluster in the north of Norway and one of the largest in Norway, focusing on metal industry, engineering, suppliers, and there are about 114 companies with 2,600 employees working within the industrial park. And as I mentioned, we are focusing on green future industries, and within 3 main focus areas. It's energy recovery, circular economy, and reduction of emissions. And we already today recover about 400 gigawatt hours of energy each year through different initiatives that has been ongoing for several decades, actually. Regarding CCUS initiatives, we are finishing a project called the CO2 Hub Nordland, which has been going on for about 2 years. And as you can see on the right side, you're quite familiar with some of the participants: Ferroglobe, Celsa, Elkem, Alcoa, Norsem, SMA Mineral, Norfra Kalk, where Mo Industripark is the project owner, and we are using Sintef as the coordinator. What is special about this project is that They represent more than 2 million tons of CO2 emissions each year. And through this project, we have identified the possibility of capturing more than 1.5 million tons of CO2 from these companies. And what's also relevant is that we have looked upon the technologies across the different production areas like silicomanganese, scrap steel, ferrosilica, aluminium, and limestone. But we have also been looking on CCU opportunities in this project. But of course, 1.5 million tons of CO2 is too much for just use. So we have close cooperation with the Longship project or the Northern Lights, because we need to reassure that all the process industry have offset for the CO2 that they might capture. So through this cooperation, we have identified the transport, ships, logistics, intermediate storage, and permanent storage in reservoirs. Also from CO2 of Nordland, we have Elkem that has really picked up on the ambitions to reduce emissions. So they have, as a prolongation of the CO2 of Nordland, initiated a feasibility study how to capture CO2 from all their plants with base case Elkem Rana, which is located within Mo Industripark, as you can see on the picture. And it's these two off-gas pipes and a potential location of the CO2 capture plant can be right on the right side here. Also, what's interesting is that you have SMA Mineral located just alongside Elkem. So we're also looking at another prolongation of the CO2 of Nordland, which could be a facility who captures CO2 from both these, both SMA and Elkem. And that's a total volume of almost 400,000 tons of CO2. Elkem is focusing a lot about the CO2 capture and are also ready, as we can see with ArcelorMittal, looking into how CO2 can be used as a raw material, for example, for fuels. Which is relevant in that perspective is that we have Statkraft, who is the national hydropower producer, together with Celsa, who is located in this area and also in this area where they have the rolling mill. They recircle scrap steel to probably the world's greenest reinforcement steel, at least one of the greenest. In this facility, they use CO gas to heat the billets that goes into the rolling mill. And the project together with Statkraft is to establish a 50 megawatt electrolyzer hydrogen production facility to exchange the CO gas, which they today get from the Ferroglobe concept or Ferroglobe producer over here. They want to use hydrogen instead, and that will give them a new process. So they need to work with a furnace, they need to work with electrolyzer production, but technically it should not be a problem. There still are some innovation in order to establish this facility. And the potential is quite great, because if they can exchange the CO gas with the hydrogen, they will reduce the emissions by 60,000 tons each year. And it will also create new jobs. And for Statkraft, they are looking into using hydrogen for the Celsa project, but also they have launched an idea to produce or to establish a 300 megawatt facility for hydrogen production, for example, CCU, production of biocarbon, but also and also for transport. So it's a highly potential for both establishing new green industry, but also new green jobs. And that brings us over to our cooperation with Swiss Liquid Future and ThyssenKrupp, because if you can see the whole value chain, we're now looking into major industrial players producing hydrogen. We have large industrial actors planning to capture CO2. And of course, combining these two, we will be able to produce a lot of methanol or e-fuel, also together with well-known international players such as Swiss Liquid Future and ThyssenKrupp. And this product, life cycle analysis, is very relevant in these projects. And UNM Research Institute in Austria has indicated that we will reduce CO2 emissions by 94% compared to gasoline. And this is, the potential for both CapEx and new jobs. As you can see, the first train, we plan to use 120,000 tons of CO2 to produce 100 million liters of e-methanol prepared to be directly blended into gasoline and to the existing infrastructure such as gasoline stations. So it will be a very quick reduction of emissions. And this is, of course, a scalable concept where you can establish these kinds of facilities close to relevant emitters of CO2. But again, I think it only be a part of the CO2 emissions. We still are dependent on the Northern Lights or the Longship project. Other examples is protein based on CO2, where you can basically replace the need for soil with CO2 and hydrogen. And also we're looking into lettuce production from surplus masses from the fish farming that we have in the Industripark, together with CO2 and surplus energy to create internal production of, for example, lettuce. So by that, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Yann. Another great example of how different resources are integrated in a region to create an industrial ecology and symbiosis here. Now, if we look at, I can see we have, so far I can see only one specific question for this session in the chat. And that is essentially to all of them, maybe particularly to Thierry, and that's on the need for green hydrogen. So the question is, do we see a potential for trading of hydrogen between between Norway and France and between different regions as a resource for CCU, for instance?
Yeah, the need of hydrogen on the Seine Valley is quite big, and at the beginning, importation or exportation was rejected because of safety issues. I would say the main players were afraid to build a storage plant in Le Havre, and slowly, and we are coming back to this and we will study importation or exportation of the hydrogen, because we will never be able to produce all hydrogen we will need in the future in the Seine Valley. Yeah. So the main, I would say, the blocker, the difficulty is we will have to discuss with experts for building a storage area in Le Havre, a storage unit in Le Havre for importation or exportation.
Thank you. Any of the other three panelists here would like to comment on that question about hydrogen trading and the limited availability, at least so far, of hydrogen as a resource? Yann, please.
What is also relevant when thinking about exporting hydrogen is when we looked upon the life cycle analysis of the e-fuel, we need to look at the energy mix, which is being used in the life cycle analysis. So the method for the life cycle analysis is very important in order to evaluate all of these options. But what we found within the EU directives on the life cycle analysis was that, of course, it's you need to use green hydrogen in order to reach the highest level of sustainability. But also you need to produce that green hydrogen in surplus areas. And if you do that close to the hydrogen production, you don't have to use the electricity mix from the EU. You can use the actual electricity coming only from hydropower. So by producing green hydrogen in a surplus production area close to the production facility, you will have the highest level of the sustainability on the green hydrogen. And that might be relevant for trading green hydrogen because, of course, you would want to have the green hydrogen with the highest standards from the life cycle analysis and sustainability.
Sure.
And one comment is that it's far more easy to transport e-fuels, for example, because it's a liquid product. So if you produce e-fuels in Norway, for example, it's far more easy to import in France in e-fuels instead of hydrogen. So
yeah, that is obviously
that is correct. It's also pressureless, so it's actually through this project we have already initial agreements off-takers in both in EU.
There is a question here in the to the French panelists here. Is the French government doing enough in the CCUS space? There seems to be a lot of projects and hubs, but there seems that there is a lack of political push. Is that correct? To the French panelists here, Thierry and Dominique.
I would say it differently. My view is that we are today working on a group to develop a strategy for the Seine Valley. We are working with Stéphane Raison to prepare a presentation for the political organization in France, for the government, to bring to the government our needs in terms of investment on in ArcelorMittal and in the ports to support this project. And I would mean, for example, the liquefaction sites. Do we need 1, 2, or 3? Which kind of investment we need? And will the government participate to this investment? So we have to build to present our needs to the government before, I would say, before feedback from the government. And this is what we are doing today in ArcelorMittal. It's to present the need for the Seine Valley, but also for all the territorial organization close to the Seine Valley.
Thank you. Any quick comments from you, Dominique?
I think the Norway government push more for this topic than the French government, I think. But in Dunkirk, we have many projects, and we use the PCI or the Fonds de Relance for this project to build this project in the territory.
I think what we've seen and heard today so far is that there is obviously sort of synergy between CCS and CCU. There's an interplay here, and CCU, the Longship and the Northern Lights projects create a logistical chain, so to speak, for CO2, which will also be used for CCU, as we've heard by the last few speakers. So my question to all of you actually, do you see CCU as a way of offsetting some of the cost challenges for CCS? Yann?
There's no doubt about that, because you have some production facilities that have a favorable amount of CO2 if you are looking into establishing a capture facility and use all the CO2 captured. That means that you are not dependent on a logistics system and storage system. And that offers a positive business model. CO2 is a raw material. And the model that we are working towards is that we will be able to pay a premium for the CO2 above the CO2 capture costs. So, and if you can do that, of course, you will have a positive business model. You need to reassure that it has a positive climate effect. And then you can basically roll out all these smaller capture facilities and also developing the capture technology to reduce the prices. So we think it will be a fast track to realize also capture technology and prepare it for the Longship project when that will be ready for depositing CO2. So yes.
Well, that wasn't a confirmative answer. Anyone else like to comment? No.
A comment?
Oh, yes, please.
Yes, just to follow up on Yann Gabor, we're seeing also that the price of capture, for example, on waste burning has dropped almost like 40–50%. And I think especially on those areas of capture where we see that will be the way of production for many decades, we see that the carbon capture sort of small businesses popping out are really accelerating. And one thing I'd like to say is that it's gone into algae production, which has also gone into the fishing industry. So we're seeing the offset of this is actually sort of becoming really circular. And that's just a matter of time, I think, before the production volume is so big that actually can become a part of a value chain.
Right, absolutely. Now I can see here we have someone coming in with a really sensitive question here about the climate benefit of producing e-fuels, for instance, by CCU. That's a really big discussion. I'm not sure I'll dive into that at the moment, but I think the LCA analysis and these things needs to be addressed, and that's also a point that Yann alluded to. I think that's a very important part. But I like to finish the Q&A session now with the question of how we can collaborate. I mean, we've heard here 4 excellent examples of regions with ambitions and great plans and so on. So, and to some extent, there are already interactions between bilateral interactions between France and Norway, but how can we extend that? I mean, how do you see the potential for collaboration? Yeah, again, yeah, Yann?
Well, if anyone else wants to speak, I will wave. But in short, we have the Renewable Energy Directive, which is constantly being worked on. And I can see that Didier is asking if we can consider the production of ethanol to be climate beneficial. And you have the LCA analysis. So when we can agree on a mutual platform for how to evaluate these kinds of potentials, it will be easier to actually launch the projects. Because from a scientific way, it should be possible to create a common platform for evaluating the positive climate effect for these kinds of initiatives. And that will open up for everyone to establish new projects.
But we also talked about, I mean, obviously we saw many examples of technologies involved here. Do you see also a potential for a specific technology involvement in partnerships? And I mean, piloting, testing, joint collaborations in the technological innovation area? Maybe Dominique, please.
Yes, I think we can have an exchange between Norway and some territories. I think it's really very interesting to have exchange between one territory of Norway on Dunkirk, for example. Excuse me, Thierry. To build to share new technologies. I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary. For the storage, no problem. I think we will use Norway for the storage. But I think for the reuse of CO2, I think the best way in 10, 20 or 30 years will be the reuse of the CO2. And I think we will exchange in this topic. And it's interesting for Norway because Norway will be a hub. So with the hub, Norway can do storage, but can do at the same time reuse of the CO2. So I think it's interesting for Norway too. And for Dunkirk, it's interesting because we produce 14 million tons of CO2 per year. So it's a huge.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Absolutely. Anyone else on this topic before we? Yeah.
I just comment. I think one of the solutions for good collaboration is through these pilots that was mentioned. Norway has a good experience using pilots, if it's high-speed vessel boats, or now we're working on fuel cells, which I think is really exciting. So maybe that could also be some like a concrete pilot that we work on together, maybe in the maritime industry. I think that could be really interesting. So I know Vestland is definitely looking in for bilateral collaboration.
Excellent. Anyone? Dominique? No, sorry. Yeah, we heard from Dominique. Yeah. Anyone else? All right. I think we then comes to an end of this session. I said there's one sort of sticky question here at the end coming in the chat saying, how much do we really need CCU? And that's a question, again, which we had struggled a lot with in Norway. I think without going into discussion on this, I think the answer to this is lying in the question of how much biomass do we have on the planet, because we have a carbon need. And the question is, can the bioeconomy supply all the carbon we need? If not, we probably need to industrialize carbon recycling. So I think that's the answer. I don't know whether that is a problem, or I mean, what the answer is, positive or negative to whether we have enough biomass on the planet. I think that is the sticky question. So I think we will end this session now, and thank you so much to all our 4 speakers here. And we will now. Can we have just a 3 minutes break? So we will be back on time, shortly.
I suggest now to start the roundtable. So the next roundtable will be dedicated to hydrogen, which is a key technology for the European roadmap towards carbon neutrality. So we have already mentioned hydrogen in the previous talk. So now it's time for a roundtable. So we will have 4 panelists in this session who will make a very short presentation so as to have time to exchange and to answer your questions. So the first panelist will be Stein, who is a CEO at Ocean Hyway Cluster. So Stein, the floor is yours to present your cluster. Thank you. Stein, we see your slides. We do not hear you.
On mute, perhaps.
What?
Thank you for this invitation. I will give you a brief introduction of Ocean Hyway Cluster. That also is a part of the national cluster program in Norway. Oh. It won't move. There you are. What we are doing, we are also doing networking, both national and international. The most important issue for us is to contribute to the realization and concrete industry-based projects.
Sorry, Stein, to interrupt you, but you are not in a presentation mode.
Okay. Something has happened. It's locked. Sorry.
Maybe you should restart it, the presentation.
I think so. Try once more.
No.
What do you see now?
Yes, we see your slide, yeah.
Yeah, the big one or everybody?
We see everything, I think, the big
okay.
one. This,
try to...
Yes, that's it. Yes, that's good.
Now you can see it.
Yeah, thank you.
As I said, we also contribute to realization of concrete industry-based projects, and we also influence policy and regulations, both on the regional level and national and international level. It's very important for us also to increase knowledge about hydrogen and also promote our cluster members. Here you can see some of our cluster members. It's still growing. We got also a huge amount of international contact these days who wants to be part of this implementation of hydrogen in the maritime sector. This is our main issues, the market slide. We are working on different areas. Natalia Golis mentioned High Express or the fast ferries. We have been working on fast ferries on hydrogen for several years, but I will tell you something about a new projects upcoming now. It's called a high aqua or high fishery projects, and we have the background and the motivation for doing this. that is there are a significant emission of both CO2, NOx, and SOx in our fleet, both in the fishery and in the aquaculture area. We are looking at potential vessels these days on wellboats and trawlers, and also on fish feed carriers, workboats, and as I said, wellboats, and also gill netters. And we got a huge interest for working with these projects now, and a lot of project is coming up these days. We also have a project that we call High Infra. The overall goal for this project is to reduce the uncertainty and risk relating to hydrogen infrastructure in the maritime industry. We are also establishing an interactive map where we are mapping different routes, different areas for bunkering and so on. And in 2020, we have made a lot of reports regarding ship types and relevant fuels. Also looking at future hydrogen demands, barriers, safety and regulations, and we also have established a future hydrogen value chain concerning technology and suppliers. I think that was a short introduction, so I'm looking forward to the further discussions. It was 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, yes. Thank you very much, Stein. Thank you for keeping the time. What I propose is that we have all the presentation of all the panelists, and then we take the question and we have the exchanges. So thank you very much, Stein. The next speaker is Fabrice Del Corso, who is an expert gas production and energy at Air Liquide. And Fabrice will address the complementary between the production of green, blue, and yellow hydrogen. So Fabrice, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Florence. Hello, everybody. I'm going to try to share my screen. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see and we hear you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, we shortly introduce hydrogen from a point of view and Air Liquide point of view today, and the complementarity between the, let's say, to make short, blue and green hydrogen, but there are other colors we can consider, but these are, I think, the most two known today. We have a base of about 50 years of experience in hydrogen supply, and I would say the key figures are on the right. So main part of the production is done today by based on fossil fuels with large hydrogen CO plants with POX or steam methane reforming processes. And we have also quite the same number of units to make hydrogen from water electrolysis. So about 40 electrolyzers in operation, but they are at a much smaller scale. Today, as everywhere in the world, hydrogen is more produced by fossil fuels. And the feedstocks, so today we use are mainly natural gas, but also a lot of off gases from industrial processes. We can purify to make pure hydrogen and inject in hydrogen networks, for example. And we began, especially in France, to incorporate biomethane as a source on the existing plants. And low carbon electricity is key also for today and for the future. I will detail a little bit on that. We foresee today more the existing industrial uses shifting to low carbon hydrogen. Of course, green hydrogen can also be considered, but the volumes are huge, and in the short term, blue hydrogen, where CCS is available, can be definitely a good choice. And for new growth opportunities, hydrogen from electricity, for example, renewable sources, seems for us a very good option. We talked about LCA in the past, and of course, life cycle assessment is key to make choices. And if we consider the carbon footprint, where you can see on the chart some typical carbon footprints from two main ways to produce hydrogen. So the steam methane reforming, with a reference of natural gas without CCS, is around 11 kilo of CO2 equivalent per kilo of hydrogen, counting also the upstream emissions of natural gas. And for water electrolysis, well, it really depends on the electricity mix available. Today, these are based on French figures from the French Environmental Agency, ADEME. And we see that, well, we can have a decarbonized electricity mix like in France, but also in Norway or in Sweden, in Europe. It is very interesting. And if we can have dedicated access to specific renewable or decarbonized energy also. But for most of the countries and the average European mix, results today can be worse than making hydrogen with a standard natural gas process. We are almost at double if we consider most of countries' electricity mix today. But we can see that with CCS, we can achieve also rather good carbon footprints. Around 3, so the same thing as the French electricity mix today with water electrolysis. And if we combine biomethane, so biomethane in existing plants, for example, it's interesting. Without CCS, we have already something quite very decarbonized. Of course, it depends on the source of biomethane. This is a mix of the French. This is a French mix considered today. And we can also consider biomethane combined with CCS, where we can reach negative emissions. So this is the first parameter. The other is the availability of the energy source. So natural gas today is widely available. CCS, thanks to what we saw before, Northern Lights projects or equivalent projects in the North Sea will be available soon. And well, there is a question of availability of low carbon electricity and biomethane, as we already see it. So today, our approach on electrolyzers, so we start from, I said, park of electrolyzers, which is rather important, but of smaller range. And we began a scale up. So we began in Denmark to use intermittent wind electricity with a 1.25 megawatt PEM project in 2018. So where we ensure by working with intermittent electricity and making the electrolyzer work in an intermittent way also, we ensure to use really the green electricity for windmills. And we also choose to invest in Bécancour in Quebec, where we saw the electricity mix is also very decarbonized for what is, I think, today the biggest PEM electrolyzer in service. So since a few months, 20 megawatt. And yes, it is, and we foresee an increasing size to 100 megawatt in 2020 and the coming years in Europe, for example, in France and Germany. For CO2, so yes, hydrogen is already a source of CO2 for the market. So part of our experience is in use of CO2. As CO2 is today a market, and the worldwide market is about 25 million tons, and our activity on this market is about 3 million tons per year. And hydrogen production is one of the major sources for this CO2 market. So there is already an experience of capturing CO2 from hydrogen plants. And also, which is not, which I think all the Northern Lights people know well, the associated logistic of CO2 to transport it to the point of usage by means, for example, of truck, railways or boats is something also very important and challenging. And so we think to apply this expertise we have on CO2 capture and logistics for our SMRs to decarbonize our CO2 pollution or scope 2. But well, most of the time SMRs and hydrogen productions are too small to cover the investment of a global CCS value chain. So it is important for us to consider partnership and aggregate our emissions with others. And we can bring our expertise on the CO2 logistic chains or the capture liquefiers and also transportation by trains, which is something interesting for even in port areas where pipelines are not available or too expensive or too long to build. And of course, after with terminals and ship transportation. And that's all for my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrice. The next speaker is Yann Kolasniewski, who is a business developer at Dynamics, which is an affiliate of EDF. And Yann will give us a presentation of the Innovi project. So Yann, please, the floor is yours. Yes, we see your slides.
Yeah. Hello, Florence. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me here. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes.
Before to start? Perfect. So here I would like to present the Innovi project, which is being developed by Dynamics, but maybe before to start, just a few words on Dynamics. So we are the EDF business unit in charge of developing hydrogen project. We are producing the hydrogen via electrolysis sourced by low carbon electricity, and we are distributing the low carbon hydrogen to different customers. We are addressing two principal markets, which are industry and heavy mobility, such as trains, trucks, or buses. Concerning our business model, we are investor, and we are providing turnkey solution from the development, project development to the operation and maintenance. And of course, we are open to work with partners on the different elements of the hydrogen value chain. Concerning the country, we are mainly active in Germany and in France, as well as in UK, Italy, and US. And we are already working strongly with Dynamics local teams at the international level, such as in US, China, or Emirates. Now, stop to speak about Dynamics. I would like to introduce the Innovi project, which is a solution to decarbonize the cement industry. So this is a power to methanol solution, so an alternative solution to storage solution, as already mentioned today in the event. Just quick overview on cement. This is responsible of 3% of the European emission, CO2 emission, and 2% in France. And this is a hard to abate sector where electrification only will not be sufficient to decarbonize the sector. So what is our proposition is to produce low carbon hydrogen via low carbon electricity. We are valorizing the co-product of the electrolysis reaction, the oxygen in the oxy-combustion process of the cement plant blast furnaces. We are capturing the CO2 from the cement plant and combining it with the low carbon hydrogen that we have produced to form methanol. And we are, with this methanol, addressing different markets where methanol is already used, such as industry, especially the chemistry market, and mobility, where we are expecting a growth of methanol use, especially for the biofuel. Concerning the exports, I would say we are mainly focused to decarbonize the French market first, but we are open to work with off-taker, which could as well use this decarbonized methanol. Now, what are the positive effects of this project? Just to explain the current situation, currently hydrogen is produced around 96% by steam methane reforming, which already mentioned it's 10 to 11 kilogram of CO2 emitted for 1 kilogram of hydrogen produced. The cement industry is buying oxygen and releasing the CO2 in the atmosphere, and the methanol, today there is no methanol production in France, and most of the methanol is imported by ship from countries such as Trinidad and Tobago or China, so far countries. What is our proposition? This is an integrated solution where we are producing the hydrogen via water electrolysis. So we can avoid the emission in this case. We are capturing the CO2 of the cement plant, around 1/3 in this case of the project. We are working with the cement plant of Vika. And we are relocating, so this project will more or less produce 1/3 to 1/4 of the French methanol, allowing to relocate the production. Now, just few key figures on the project. So based on cross-sectoral reduction of CO2 emissions, so it means on the water electrolysis use instead of steam methane reforming, on the capture of the CO2 instead of releasing it in the atmosphere, and the production of low carbon methanol, as well as the non-importation of methanol. We have a first estimation of over 1 million tons of CO2 emission, which can be saved per year. Thanks to this project, we are preserving jobs in the cementing construction industry, and especially which are small and medium enterprises, and it will create with a technology provider and indirect jobs more than 2,000 jobs. We are also aligned with the European strategy because such amount of electrolysis, 330 megawatt, can be an opportunity or an offtake for the gigafactories which are being developed currently. And last but not the least, we are relocating the methanol production, or partly the methanol production in France, and while delivering an added value. So this is decarbonized methanol. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you, Yann, for your presentation. So the last speaker will be Julien Tigani, who is Open Innovation Manager at Technip. And Julien will address the issue of the development of infrastructures, in particular through blue hydrogen. So Julien, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So let me share my screen.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you, Julien.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I'm Julien Tigani, Innovation Manager and working in Technip Energies. In Technip Energies, we bring technologies, project management, integrated expertise, and EPC for the energy transition. So what you see right now on the screen is our 4-pillar framework, starting with LNG, including large and mid-scale LNG, modularization, floating LNG, sustainable chemistry with biofuels, biochemicals, and a circular economy. The third pillar is decarbonization with energy efficiency, blue hydrogen, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And the last one, not least, carbon-free energy solution with green hydrogen, offshore wind, and nuclear. Maybe first thing is why hydrogen? What we can see today is that it is required for the decarbonization of industries, for the raw materials, for the heating sources, potentially also for heavy industries and gas grids. And all those are key issues for climate change mitigation. We also see that hydrogen can be an enabler for more renewable energies. The increase of renewable energies comes with the increase of the need to manage the intermittency. And we think that hydrogen can also play a role here as an alternative energy vector. Concerning the production of low carbon hydrogen, we are positioning ourselves on two paths: the blue hydrogen with the steam methane reforming, as presented by Fabrice a bit earlier, which is very close to our core business, and also the green hydrogen, illustrated by the alliance we've got with McPhy. So our vision for the establishment and the deployment of low carbon hydrogen is based on decarbonization of industrial clusters, starting with blue hydrogen as an enabler, for instance, allowing to answer the needs of industrial users. What we see is that today, blue hydrogen remains the more economic approach deployable at industrial scale for low carbon hydrogen. And this can be seen also as the first brick for the development of hydrogen in harbors, industrial areas in Europe, areas where we find big hydrogen consumers, such as refineries, steel mills, and LNG terminals. And this development comes with the construction of hydrogen distribution infrastructures on which later green hydrogen production can connect, as well as potentially new hydrogen users for mobility or heating usage. So we see that blue hydrogen can be the first step in the transition towards green hydrogen on the long term with the decrease of its production costs. But the main problematic for the development of blue hydrogen is management of CO2. Blue hydrogen solution is not considered in many countries or areas due to the lack of nearby CO2 storage capacities. And there are numerous industrial areas with massive CO2 emissions and without short-term solutions to reduce them. The development of CO2 transportation infrastructures is required for the decarbonization of such industrial clusters. And we have seen Northern Lights as a good solution example here. And Technip Energies is also developing its own solution, an offshore relocatable CO2 injection and storage solution, and we call it the offshore sea hub. So it's an innovative concept to overcome the challenges of the CO2 management. So CO2 is captured and liquefied onshore before being sent offshore through low pressure carbon carriers. It is then injected into reservoir and permanently sequestrated. So the offshore sea hub ensures intermediate storage and continuous injection process in offshore aquifer or depleted reservoir. So what makes this solution attractive is its versatility. As the reservoir reaches full capacity, the sea hub can be disconnected, relocated, and connected to another reservoir. And being relocatable also reduces risk associated to the geological uncertainties. So finally, we can also mention that this is a pipeline-free solution. So there is no environmental impact from new pipelines, and it can also be installed far away from coastal areas. For those who are interested, I have added a link just below the image on the right to a video explaining a bit more the concept. And just coming back a second to the previous slide, because I have indicated here on the right hydrogen imports to decarbonize industrial clusters. And we think that this is important to keep in mind because this will require development of solutions for hydrogen transportation at large scale. So to conclude, I just would like to say that Technip Energies is positioning on all those axes as an integrator and technology provider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julien. So let's start with the time for questions. And I will start with a question about the color, maybe to Fabrice, to Yann, but I think it might be, all of you might want to address this point. So we heard about gray, blue, green hydrogen. There are also some other colors, in particular turquoise and pink. How do you see the roles of all these technologies? So, and we have already seen the role of blue hydrogen to facilitate the development of infrastructure, but there are also some other colors. How do you see their roles and the timeline for their deployment? So I do not know who wants to take the question.
Can start if you want.
Okay.
Colors are one thing. Well, as I said, I prefer to talk about the carbon footprint and the availability of resources, which can really depend on local conditions. So for the use, I think we all agreed and we all showed that industry and mobility are a very good approach for hydrogen as a use. Well, the very good point for mobility is that for mobility, most of the time it's very difficult to apply CCS. So having a fuel which is not making any CO2 is really valuable. For industry, I think large industry sources, they can use CCS most of the time or choose hydrogen. It will depend. Of course, there are other means, biosource, biomass or electricity they can use directly. But for industry, it's definitely a possibility. After, it will depend on the industrial processes, I think. And for the rest of the colors, yes, I think the bio, if we can have biofuels and biomethane, for example, as I showed it, and it is a good opportunity to make negative emissions. For example, if we start to make CCS on natural gas feed plants in the first decades, which is probably the cheapest for a few years, water electrolysis may compete for large quantities, but in the midterm, we foresee it. But if we can equip, for example, yes, some SMRs with CCS, it can be also interesting to use the biomethane to make negative emissions. I don't know which color is the biomethane. It's maybe the pink or something like that. I'm not sure of that. But to start, we can start with that.
Fabrice. Does another panelist want to comment about this point? Okay, so Fabrice, there is another question for you about the consortium in which Air Liquide participate, which is dedicated to the building of a full value chain for liquid hydrogen for the maritime sector. Could you please comment on this project?
I'm not very well aware personally of this project in particular, but so for the production part, I think we already talked about that, for how to produce hydrogen from various energy sources. So I think definitely in Scandinavia, in Norway, and in Sweden, as well as in France, also with electricity mix, there are very good opportunities to make yellow or green hydrogen, at least well decarbonized hydrogen. And well, as I said, yes, for heavy transportation, hydrogen is for us a good solution. So truck and also boats, it can be very nice, as I said, because it's more difficult to capture CO2 for this kind of application. So, for example, CCS is difficult, and electricity is very difficult to store for heavy transportation in batteries, for example. So yes, we are generally very interested on this kind of heavy transportation project, and well, our position on that is, of course, we can supply molecules, and as of technology, we are on all what is the hydrogen charging stations and supply chain. With liquid hydrogen can be a good option. I think yes, I saw it in the question. Yes, liquid hydrogen is something also nice. It's very well suited for heavy transportation, because you store it quite easily, and it's not and liquefying hydrogen on the global value supply chain is not very expensive when you look at the global trade today.
Okay, thank you, Fabrice. Yann, there is a question for you, which is the question is where is the VK plant? Where the VK plant is located? So since it is not in the Dunkerque region and in the Hauts-de-France and Normandy, so maybe it makes a link with a question that we had before about the decarbonisation of the rest of the French territories. So maybe you want to comment on that?
Just the plant is located in Natalia. This is in Ora region, so Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, and it's close to the border with Switzerland and Italy, Germany, really. So it's another region which has not still been mentioned, but is also what I can comment is another region where we can do something.
Yeah, and so I will go a little further and ask you about the scalability and the replicability of this project, because it is applied to the cemetery, which is also individual. So maybe you can comment on that.
Yeah, of course. For EDF, this kind of project is not a one-shot. We are already in a European démarche, I would say, European program. If I may explain a little bit, we are already developing a first project in the north of Germany, which has already been funded by the German government. And in this project, we are intent to decarbonize a raffinery, and we are testing, or we are setting up 30 megawatts of electrolysis. So this will be for us the possibility to develop electrolysis to a large scale. Then back to France on the Hyway project, it will be the first integrated project where we are assembling the three elements: low carbon hydrogen production, methanol, and CO2 capture. In this case, we are partly decarbonizing the cement plant. And back to Germany. So for the French project, of course, we submitted to the IPCEI program, so we have already been pre-selected. And Germany, we have submitted our file for same project, but proposing complete decarbonization of the cement plant. So if you can see, we are from the setup of so large-scale electrolysis to first integration, and then to a complete decarbonization pathway of the cement industry. So this is not a one-shot, and we would like to bring on the market a complete solution.
Thank you, Yann. Julien, I will ask you a similar question. We have the question where the offshore CIAB is located. And if you can, of course, answer this question, but also go a little further and explain us how you see the replicability of this project and maybe the timeline also. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. So the CIAB is a solution. It has not been deployed yet. It is currently being investigated and analyzed by some of our customers. So we see that in the North Sea, we've got currently Northern Light project that is answering some of the needs. And we think that this could be complementary to Northern Light, potentially in the North Sea, but also and mainly in other areas. One of them could be, for instance, the Mediterranean Sea between France, Italy, in particular, in Spain. So the CIAB, I think what I could say on the maturity, all the technology implies is mature. Now it's more a matter to find the right place in order to deploy the first real CIAB in the sea. And work on all the CO2 management chain around it.
Thank you, Julien. I would like to ask all of you about, because there are a lot of expectations related to hydrogen, of course. And could you please comment about the barriers you see for the deployment of hydrogen? And maybe how the cooperation between France and Norway could help to develop hydrogen, and maybe what are the barriers again. So I do not know who want to take the question first.
I can start if anyone.
Thank you, Yann.
So first, maybe technical challenges, because there is technical and economical challenges, I would say. In our project specifically, on the technical point of view, I would say on the market, 330 megawatt of electrolysis for the moment is not existing. So we are really relying on the gigafactories expansion and to be sure that they can bring it on the market. As well to the integration of such amount of electrolysis capacity. Then we are also capturing the CO2 of the cement plant. So this is a technology that we have to address at large scale, as well as producing methanol from CO2 capture and low carbon hydrogen. On the economical point of view, I would say all these elements which can decarbonize the economy has a cost, of course. So the expansion of electrolysis, like a CO2 capture plant, as well as methanol production with this kind of synthesis. But we see we are first in the IPCEI program. So this is a program where we have a part of research, development, and innovation, where we are bringing the technology to the market, to bringing the technology readiness level to the market. And we can see as well a mitigation of the different costs, which can be helped on the capex side by grants from the IPCEI, or from the decrease in the near future of the cost of the hydrogen infrastructure, so such as electrolysis or other component auxiliaries, compressors. On the OPEX side, we are expecting, it's mainly driven by the electricity price. So we are expecting some kind of tax exemption or decrease of renewable energy price in the near future as well. And to help the distribution of decarbonized methane or decarbonized hydrogen, I would say maybe a premium for hydrogen, CO2 taxes as well, or maybe carbon contract for difference to compensate in a first step the difference of price between the decarbonized hydrogen and the fossil-based hydrogen. So some element of answer.
Thank you, Yann. Stein, Julia, Fabrice, do you want to comment on the barriers for the development of hydrogen?
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I think from our point of view, there are more economical barriers than technical barriers. Well, as I say, we foresee 20 to 100 megawatt for water electrolysis, and but the question is today the cost. In the short and mid-term, we foresee rather high cost for large electrolyzer plants. For smaller plants, it's when you can avoid the cost of transportation of hydrogen, some project may be already interesting, but otherwise you really need a mechanism to compensate. On the other end, for CCS, I think with Norway and other players' initiative in the North Sea in Europe, what was the most important technical barrier, the CO2 sink available, is going to disappear. And so it opens the way to hydrogen decarbonized at really low cost compared to other means. So as a base of comparison, we foresee today, if we count, we are between 100 and 150 euro per ton of CO2 avoided to departure of France for CCS. And so when we consider the same figure for water electrolysis today, we are more in the range between 350 and 500 euro per ton of CO2 avoided, even with a very nice electricity mix, which is a French one. So I think it's a very good point to have this, what we saw this morning. And on the more long term, we foresee progress on the water electrolysis cost decrease. And it's after we need. It depends on how we can agree on economical models and compensation. Otherwise, most of things are on the way.
Okay. Thank you, Fabrice. Stein, you show us a very nice presentation with a lot of vessels, in fact, to transport the CO2. We have a question about, sorry, to transport hydrogen. We have a question about inland transportation. So it is inland transportation of CO2. But we have a question about the use of barges on for island transportation. Could you please comment on that? Do you have some points to share?
I have to read the question again, I think.
The question is, what about inland transportation of CO2? Are there some prospects to use barges on inland waterway to transport CO2?
It's very actual. We are, in fact, working with such a project today, but I can't unfortunately say so much about it. It's under construction.
Okay.
But I have some commenting regarding the barriers. As we see it today, is one of the main barriers are the regulation and the price of the hydrogen. That's the main issue. Implementing in the maritime sector. And also a comment to the first question, we also have had a discussion about green, blue and gray and all the colors of the hydrogen. We are more concerning about implementing hydrogen in maritime sector, undepending of the color.
Okay.
That's the most important issue for us.
Okay. We have heard about the barriers related to the cost economy, not much about regulation. So you mentioned it. Can you comment on that?
The population?
Regulation.
The regulation, yeah. The Norwegian government is now establishing a hydrogen roadmap. So we are very exciting of what will it consist. What are the main issues? What are the goals? What are they going to do politically to get competition between conventional energy sources and hydrogen?
Okay. Okay.
It's very important to us it gets equal competition between hydrogen and, for example, diesel and other high pollution sources.
Okay, so we have addressed in the previous section the question of the social acceptability for CCS, in fact. Do we have such issues also related to hydrogen?
Are you still asking me the question?
I asked the question to all the panelists, so if you want to comment, it will be the last point, I think.
In Norway, we had made a question to the population regarding hydrogen, and they are very positive to implementing hydrogen in the Norwegian society, both on the maritime sector, but also in the other transportation sector.
Okay. We have still 2 minutes in the session, so maybe Julien, Yann, or Fabrice, do you want to add something?
Yeah. So we know that hydrogen is already widely used in the industry or refinery and a lot of areas. And we see that a lot of projects are popping up, a lot of small and medium projects, mainly related to green, more larger projects related to blue hydrogen. And by the way, just as a comparison, if we take a green hydrogen project based on a 1 gigawatt electrolyzer that is all the time working, that is able to produce around 0.16 million tons per annum of hydrogen. And this is to be compared with some of the large blue hydrogen projects that are being built, mainly in Netherlands, for instance, reaching more 2 million tons per annum. So this is just a parenthesis. What I wanted to say is that with all those projects, I think a point of attention needs to remain the security around those projects to avoid any incidents. and this would be really catastrophic for the further deployment of this hydrogen industry or economy. So this is really something that we are, at least in Technip Energies, very careful about. Yeah, but I guess all the industry actors are acting the same.
Thank you. Yann or Fabrice, do you want to say a last word? Yann?
Just a small comment. I would say it's not really related to the color of blue or green only. Even if we are really strong, we strongly believe by dynamics in electrolysis. I would say it's really the aim is to decarbonize the different sector, industry and mobility in this case. So I would just suggest to bring into the market the regulatory context to let the hydrogen be able to decarbonize the different sectors. So we need a regulatory context for that.
Okay. Thank you, Yann. So it's time now to close this session. So I would like to thank all the panelists for this very interesting presentation. We have seen a concrete project that have been launched, ongoing on hydrogen, and it's very encouraging to see that we are now on the way, because there are a lot of expectation related to hydrogen. So we also see all the synergy between hydrogen and CCUS, in particular through the development of blue hydrogen and the development of infrastructure that are really needed. So thank you very much for your presentation. And so now I propose to close the session and to have a short break. So the next session should start at noon point 30. So please, you have something like 8 minutes break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, I think we should get started again. I'm really sorry that we are offering only 8 minutes lunch. I hope you have been able to grab something and bring it to your computer. That's one of the advantages, I suppose, of a home office approach. But now we have heard a lot about the ambitions, opportunities, projects, some more in the early stages, some quite concrete. But now for this last session, it leaves us with a big challenge, how to finance it all. So we will have 3 speakers to help us with that question. And then Elise Rock on Northern Lights will also join us for the virtual roundtable discussion. And I think there will probably be 2 different segments here in a way. There is one, and they're quite different in their financial requirements as well as their logistics, or sorry, the type of funding required. And that's one is the innovation and R&D aspects, so the lower TRL numbers. And then it's the implementation and the industrialization phase, which have a completely different financial dynamics. And that's the realm of the financial institutions and the stock markets and so on. But okay, let's start with the former. I'd like to welcome Åge Stangeland, Special Advisor to the Norwegian Research Council, who will tell us a little about the public financial mechanisms and instruments in Norway. So please, Åge.
Thank you for the introduction. Let me first start by sharing my presentation here. Can you see it?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, very good, very good. So I will give a brief introduction to how we can finance the CCS and hydrogen projects. My background is from the technological side, and I've been working for the Research Council in Norway for the last 10 years. And we can fund low TRL projects, but I will also try to touch upon how we can finance higher TRL projects. First of all, just to take a step back, I remember 15 years ago, the first hydrogen car in Norway was put on the road. It was owned by an environmental NGO, the Bellona Foundation. So it was quite interesting at that time. This was really big news, and this was at the forefront of the hydrogen technology, I would say. So it's very interesting to see how hydrogen has evolved since then and is now being something that everybody is talking about. And for the next years, we could see a lot of large-scale projects being developed and implemented all over Europe. But let me also start by introducing the tools we have for supporting low TRL and medium TRL projects in Norway. The Research Council of Norway is together with Gassnova handling CCS projects. We have the CLIMIT program, which is the national program for support of RD&D. And within this program, we can bring technologies from low TRL up to mid to high TRL at level 6 to 7. And in addition to this program that funds projects, we also have support teams for R&D infrastructures within the Research Council of Norway. We have a research center called the Norwegian CCS Center. Furthermore, Gassnova is also handling the TCM, the Technology Center of Mongstad, and are also following up on Longship. And through this chain here, we hope that we will have a very good or many good tools that can contribute to large-scale CCS projects and also large-scale CCS combined with hydrogen. Furthermore, Enova is also following up on CCS and hydrogen. They are especially following up on the Innovation Fund in EU, where they are trying to help Norwegian stakeholders with good applications. So when we combine all this, I think we have many good instruments for bringing CCS and hydrogen to the market. However, financing large-scale projects is beyond the scope of the instruments I have mentioned. But with this instrument, we can bring the technology to a quite mature level, and then it will be up to industry to find ways to bring this all the way to the market. Furthermore, we have a very interesting platform for collaboration on CCS and also CCS combined with hydrogen. This is called ACT. It's an Aeronet co-fund for those of you that are familiar with the terminology in Horizon 2020. That is a partnership where countries join forces to set up joint calls. And in this partnership, there's a lot of countries from Europe participating together with the US, part of Canada, the Alberta province, and also India. And you can see that both Norway and France are members of ACT. So this is a very good way for collaborating on R&D projects. And the results is that we have been able to put up quite large international R&D projects that have high impact. And the European Commission has stated that this instrument, ACT, is one of the most important CCUS tools in Europe. We are hoping to develop this further. In Horizon Europe, there's an opening for partnerships, and one of those are called the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, and this could be a future platform for ACT. Furthermore, in Norway, we have a new tool for funding hydrogen projects. It's called Hyway. It's a funding mechanism for hydrogen from basic research to innovation projects. And this is a cooperation between the Research Council, Innovation Norway, Enova, and Gassnova. And by following the link to the website, you will find more details on how this works. Basically, it's new funding available for R&D projects within hydrogen, from production to utilization and transport of hydrogen and all the value chain. In Norway, we also have the Green Platform, which is a new initiative and that can provide companies and research institutes with support for research and innovation. And here we are looking for collaborative projects that can deliver the best project from research and technology development all the way to finished solutions. And this is a collaboration between the Research Council again and Enova, Innovation Norway, and SIVA. And the first phase of this green platform has a call out now where there is 1 billion Norwegian kroner available for larger projects. So this is also an opportunity. The Longship project has been mentioned earlier, so I will not go into details. But the phase 2 of the Longship could be interesting and could be a very good opportunity for everybody interested in hydrogen. New volumes of CO2 can be added from all over Northern Europe to the infrastructure for transport and storage. So this could be a big opportunity if someone would like to do a CCUS combined with hydrogen project in northern France, and the CO2 can be delivered to the Northern Light projects and the Longship project. So this is a huge opportunity. Furthermore, Horizon Europe, starting this year, is a very big instrument for research and innovation. This could also be a possibility for maturing technologies within hydrogen. And as I mentioned, the Innovation Fund is very interesting. They have 10 billion euros to be invested up to 2030. CCUS, also combined with hydrogen, is one of the prioritized areas. So this is also a possibility for financing larger projects. And in the end, just to finalize my presentation here, public funding for RD&D are available and can be used for maturing the technology, but private funding is needed to bring new sustainable products all the way to the market. And I think there's a big opportunity here. Customers are now asking for green and sustainable products, and this creates business opportunities for everybody. And I see signals that many investors are now willing to invest in green and sustainable solutions. So combining public available instruments with investment from private sector is probably the way to go for bringing the hydrogen projects to the market. Thank you for listening. This was a very brief introduction, and I'm looking forward to the discussion afterwards. Back to you, Ole Jørgen.
Thank you very much, Olga. I think what you actually described here is how we are trying in Norway to align our different public support mechanisms to really face this big societal challenge of a green transition. So we're really trying to create synergies between the different mechanisms along the innovation chain. So now I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Paul Bonneblanc, Policy Officer for CCUS and Geothermal Energy at the French Ministry for Ecological Transition. And as a biologist, I must say, what a wonderful name for a ministry. Paul will tell us about the French mechanisms for different steps of the innovation chain related to hydrogen strategies and decarbonization of the industry. So now we'll hear from the French side. Please, Paul.
Well, thank you very much. I will do a brief introduction to two different topics, as I will start as an introduction to highlight the fact that CCUS on one end and the low carbon hydrogen on the other end are not right now interlinked. It's a two different set of piece of sustainable development we are undergoing in the French context. First, to address CCUS, I just put up some to see the situation. It was highlighted into several discussions talking about for electricity mixed, and this is basically the share in the ETS sector. On the left-hand side, France, and compared to EU on the right-hand side. And as you see, the electricity is only is only a quarter or even lower than for taking all the ETS sectors altogether, compared to Europe, where the share is 50% in 2016 figures. That being said, is that in our national context, we of course as the legislature are focusing on some other key elements, which is steel and cement, I would say, and some others, but on industries as far as CCS or CCUS is concerned. Translating into our national strategy that was approved in 2020, but the work was starting in 2017. We have a CCS component that we infer from this long-term strategy and figures and at 2050 that we should store 5 million tons for in the industrial sector, and namely right now what we are seeing is from this sector where energy is not at stake, but it's in the process itself, like cement and steel. So 5 million tons for this, and also to balance and to reach carbon neutrality, 10 million tons to as a carbon dioxide removal, along with other techniques like for afforestation and wood product to compensate other emissions emission from other sectors. So that's why we are so much focused on the, let's say, as we are talking today, the topic of today on the industrial sector. Well, we have national initiatives, but for this short and briefing a discussion, I wanted to highlight some more multilateral research and innovation initiatives. And the key things we see, we are revising right now, so I cannot, let's say, comment too much on that, but let's say we of course are aiming at driving down costs and also energy consumption, especially in the capture component. And we feel that it's being united would be the best way to achieve these especially targets. And I wanted just to highlight some initiatives. We are especially Norway is involved as well. One is the SET plan implementation working group at the European level, and the Mission Innovation Challenge 3 on CCUS that we started some years ago. And of course there will be implementing in some of tools we have to support research and innovation at the national scale through both agencies. One is the ADEME and the other is the National Research Agency. Now, separately, we just had approved the French strategy for low carbon hydrogen, which aim at having a target of 7 billion by 2030. This is in terms of usage. There are three priorities. One is in the industry decarbonation. The other one is the heavy duty transport, and also of course along just like in CCUS, a support of research and innovation, and also maybe more aiming at large scale demonstration to start from to expand the hydrogen value chain. This is more on the time frame, and also looking at on the innovation and deployment of on the one side and deployment on the other side. And this is a specific plan for deployment. You see here some of the components from 2020 to 2023. Well, no special comment for that. We've been just starting, and there are also discussion at the European level. So thanks for listening, and well, of course, open to questions.
So thank you very much. That was a good overview, and it's clear that France is also investing a lot here in this area. Now, we, as a final speaker, would like to welcome Etienne Didier, Managing Director for Energy Resources and Infrastructure at BNP Paribas. He will give us some views on the from the financial institution, and which is, of course, is a very important part here, is the appetite for green projects in the private sector. So please, Etienne. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Beginner mistake. But anyway, so good Good afternoon. Well, thanks for this for the conference. I think the the idea, as you mentioned, be to give you the angle of a private financiers on this kind of project. So how we we would look at them and how we would finance them. So we've been looking at projects like hydrogen, carbon capture, CCUS for quite some time. We've been following the development of some of the projects which are fast advancing now. Northern Lights is a very good example. And so we are following this closely. And so the way a private financer would look at this, usually we would break down risks in various categories. And so we think that in fact a lot of the risks which are attached to this type of project would be okay for a private bank like us, and generally speaking for any bank doing this type of financing. Typically the technical risks attached, if we take Northern Lights as an example, for instance, the type of technical risks you'll be looking at usually are things which are known through competencies from the upstream industry, for instance, and that's things we are used to as a bank. So of course there is due diligence which needs to be done, but we have the feeling that with the proper work, we could be satisfied with that. There is always an element, of course, of environmental risk. There are some questions which will need to be addressed, but again, given what we are dealing with, the experience of the upstream industry with carbon capture, for instance, we believe that this box can be ticked at some point with the proper work. On the legal side, all the legal framework, the contracts, the legal structure, again, there is a lot of experience with large industrial projects. So there is a huge amount of work which needs to be done with the help of lawyers. But again, this can be probably well assessed, managed, controlled, and that's a risk which can be put under control. I think now, so that will leave us mainly, and all these risks which I've mentioned can be broken down in more detailed categories, of course, but I'm trying to keep this short. So that leaves us with economics and financing structure. Economics is really at the heart of the way we would, as a private financier, look at things. And so for us now, it's the idea is to understand how these projects will become self-funded or profitable or balanced over time. And so the work which, and it's really at the very beginning, we're trying to do is to understand the cost structure. So there is the capital expenditures, the operating expenditures, and the tax elements, of course. And so the idea is to understand, what are these big areas of cost to see, to assess, the level at which, for instance, in a carbon capture and storage project, at which the CO2 should be built to the clients using that infrastructure, so that the infrastructure, the project becomes balanced in terms of cash flows. So that works, and we have, we are in touch with the various industrial partners. That's part of the learning curve, which typical learning curve, which a private financier has to do. But that's really the heart of the assessment of the feasibility of a private, private debt, typically on this type of project. So for now, we're not there. One of the big elements, of course, and it's been mentioned, will be, the increase and the level of the carbon tax, where, at some point, an industrial company will have more advantages in, contracting with a CCS project operator rather than paying the tax. So that's a big element, which will be, derived from this work on the economic side. And so that leads us to the final stage, which is the financing structure. So here we're talking about something carbon capture, but also for hydrogen with the same. We're talking about things which are not that different from project finance. So things, structure, tenor, which banks are used to. So that's things again where we believe that will not be the difficult part in this project. We, for instance, have access to many institutions which allows to share risks like ECAs, DFIs, etc. So that could be incorporated, of course, into the structure. But so the financing structure itself should not be very, very complex. There is work again which needs to be done, but that's probably not where the bulk of the work will be. Again, it will rather be on the I think on the economics, and so we are, as I guess other institutions are, we are working on that. We are working with the industrial partners, trying to best assess the level of revenues which such projects needs to have to be funded. And there is also one important element we look at is basically the who pays for what. For instance, in the carbon capture, you have the capture, you have the compression, transportation, and then you have the storage. And that's something which actually is being discussed in the case of Northern Light, for instance. But that can be different, different financing on different parts of the project. But the underlying is always the same, is at which level of CO2 price these projects are self-sustainable, and then they can bear private debt without having a recourse to a third party, guarantee like a state or government or an agency or something like that. So that's how a private financer will look, and the approach we will take on financing such projects, basically. Happy to take, of course, any question.
Well, thank you, Etienne. I think that was a very informative or a good perspective we need to take into account here. Now, I think I hope that Elise has joined us.
Yes.
Are you?
I'm here.
Yeah. Excellent. Because I think when we now start discussion, I think if you heard now Etienne's points here on cost structure and also financial structure, would you like to comment on this particular aspects with respect to the Northern Lights project?
Yes, maybe the remark I will do is maybe not related to the Northern Light per se, but more a feedback that we have from the emitters that we are talking to and with whom we are trying to build the value chain. Etienne mentioned the level of revenues to make a project bankable, I would say. And this is very difficult for the moment because indeed the business case for the emitter does not exist. Rather, they are comparing the cost of transporting and storing their CO2 to the ETS price, which today is not at the level that is required. So they are betting on the future. Or they can compare it to revenues that they can get for their low carbon product. And also today the demand is not strong enough for that. So this is really what we are facing, and it's something that is now that's why they cannot get financing, and that's why we have to rely on subsidies. But more than that is how do you build your investment case? It's very difficult even for them and for the companies to take their investment decision on this basis, because either you bet on the ETS price that needs to triple or be multiplied by 4, or either you bet on the revenues that for the moment is not here. So that's why they are really relying on funding, and the funding is limited today. So we have seen that the Innovation Fund has been shown on one of the slides. The Innovation Fund, it has been completely oversubscribed for the first call. I think it's 21 billion of project in total, where you have 1 billion available. So you can imagine this is this is really really the demonstration that the industries are ready, the technology is ready, the technology is there. You can have a lot of projects that can be developed, and the willingness is there. And on the other hand, the authorities, the European also roadmap is not able for the moment to sustain this level of growth in terms of project development. So we are at the beginning of a long journey. This is what I think, and Longship and Northern Lights, we are benefiting from the experience of Norway for sure. And you know, the Longship project, it has been on top of the table since 6 years already. So it's not something, it takes time. And I hope it will not take that much time for other projects to come out of the ground.
Thank you, Elise. So obviously, the challenge here is that the markets, both for CCS and for CCU, are to a large extent regulatory and policy driven. And I suppose also the relative prioritization of CCS versus CCU will be policy driven. So this creates an uncertainty in the market, I think would be important. There is one question here in the chat, which is directly related to this, and that's what is the role of, could you give an update on the discussion at the EU level related to a possible setup of a carbon tax at the borders of the EU? That's a challenging question, I suppose. Anyone would like to comment?
Well, it's quite difficult to comment as long as I'm not working in Brussels, but there are quite a lot of stakeholders that are putting a suggestion like this forward, and it could be a good solution, but I do not believe the politicians are yet there to implement this, but this could for sure be one way forward, but I think that we as a CCUS environment need to elaborate on this and put a very stringent suggestion to the table that could be acceptable for the politicians, because it could be a way forward, but it's still a long way to go before this can be implemented. At least that is how I look at this.
I have a question for Paul here. It was not clear to me when you presented, the ambition of, I understood it as capturing 5 to 10 or almost 15 million metric tons of CO2 annually. But it wasn't clear to me whether that was the balance between CCS and CCU in that regard.
Well, none is at the level of this analysis, the national strategy. It's CCS, pure CCS as geological storage. In the future, because in doing this, we are not considering CCU. But what I want to say right after that is CCU is also of key interest in research and innovation, because that might have good impacts on the CO2 value chain, and we don't know how we're going to be in 2050. But in terms of metrics, this is CCS, and now we have some kind of a debate globally about mineralization. So if we are talking about CCU and one way of doing usage, which is mineralization, they're starting to have a debate about to count this as a permanent storage. But of course, we all know, I think, around the table that as we see geological storage with experiences and projects going on, we don't see mineralization to enable permanent CO2 storage at such a scale. But again, to short answer is a CCS in our national strategy at that level.
Just to follow up on that, with respect to potential collaboration between France and Norway and the Northern Lights project, I understand that the London Protocol represents a sort of barrier for transportation of CO2. What is the current situation on the French ratification of the amendment to the London Protocol?
Well, it's ongoing. We raised the question about, I think, 2 years ago with the Foreign Ministry. Well, sometimes it takes a little bit longer because, let's say, it's on the top priority on my list. But my colleagues sometimes they have many other things to do. But let's say I'm personally quite confident that we'll proceed with this. And of course, talking about let's say French projects on our side, and especially I did not mention, but our national strategy gives some let's say hints that we don't see right away storage in mainland France, but let's say this is more we're talking about the North Sea, so there will be I mean Norway would be a complement for the full value chain in our state of mind, as we discussed it 2 years ago. That might be involved because there were some other questions about what we do about other sites with large emissions. So of course we will review this. A small comment also in addition to this, due to the national context. Right now we are revising the mining code, and probably it's a really big and deep revising undergoing, and that might impact also the way we store anything into the ground. So and will impact also the economics of everything storing CO2 in France. So let's say we will be revising our national strategy, and I think the figures will be the same, or at least the same, or maybe a little higher in terms of CCS. And probably next time we will more elaborate on how we will see the storage part of it.
Thank you. If we now go back to sort of innovation and the collaborative R&D projects, I mean, there seems to be a lot of things going on already, and the AeroNet Act has been mentioned, but one can also envision now that the Horizon Europe programs will open up for collaborations, and perhaps also specific bilateral cooperations. So would anyone like to comment on the opportunities for, or what sort of collaborations will be most appreciated, I think you might say, by the industry to progress this. Piloting and demonstration has been mentioned. We have sites in Norway that can be used for this. So maybe, Olga, would you like to start and comment on this?
Yeah, I can make a few comments. You mentioned ACT, and that's a very good instrument for cooperation between Norway and France and also other countries. So that's one way to bring technology development further. Bilateral agreements, we don't have any specific bilateral agreements between Norway and France to develop CCUS and hydrogen further, but maybe that could be one way to go ahead, but in that case, we have to bring it up to political level to design an agreement. And very often such bilateral agreements do not mean any additional money. That's more an agreement to work together. And therefore, I feel that the ACT could be one way to bring this further on. And now that Horizon 2020 is opening up for partnerships, there will be this clean energy transition partnership. That could be a very good way for continuing European collaboration on CCUS and hydrogen. So that will probably be the best way to bring collaboration between the two countries forward. However, it will be very useful for us to get input from industry. What are the tools you need? What kind of funding schemes works best? So a dialogue between us and industry would be very useful.
Absolutely. Would you like to follow up on that?
Well, if I may, in terms of collaboration between EU member states, the Connecting Europe Facilities grants are a very good instrument, and it works through the project of common interest I mentioned in my presentation, and this is a very good instrument to develop the infrastructure. It is really focused on infrastructure that will have a cross-border impact that will connect one country to another. And it's a very good dynamics there, because you have all the emitters on one side that can team up, and when they team up, they can think about innovative solution to bring the cost down. They have enough volumes, but they do have also processes that are compatible and that can make a very good efficiency in terms of energy consumption and CO2 production as well. So this is very interesting, and we team up also on the transportation and storage part, because this creates a network with all the alternative storage that are around Europe. As Northern Light, we really believe that we need to help the other projects of transportation and storage to develop, because it will help us to standardize the technology of transportation in terms of ship standards for sure, but as well as CO2 quality specification. So yeah, so that's why I think the project of common interest is a very good tool, because on one side you have the funding and on the other side you have the technical collaboration. So it will be very interesting to see the new list of project of common interest that will be released end of this year by the EU, and I think we will see a lot of CCS network.
Right. Absolutely. I think that's a good point. Now, going back to the market development and the perceived risk factors, and this, given that this is a regulatory-driven market, as we talked about, there's a question here in the chat pointing to the taxonomy, the EU's taxonomy for green investments. the question is, how does the industry see the taxonomy, and will this slow things down, or is it welcomed as a catalyst for innovation? I'm supposed to add, maybe specifically related to this area, how will that play out? Maybe Etienne, you'd like to give us comment on this?
Yeah, sure.
Your mic is
it's always an important element. Sorry, I need to. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you had a problem with your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it is okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not very used to do my guess, but anyway. No, so your question on clean taxonomy. Well, it's an important one. It of course will have an impact. As you know, on the financing side, we more take it as a fact, as an input, of course, and that's what we usually put in our models. But I think there is always an important question for the regulator, which is where to put the cursor, basically, and that also relates to I think there was a question about having carbon tax, at the entrance of the EU and these kind of things, and it's a question of protecting industrials, but also making sure that you progressively push for a switch and for more usage of carbon capture, storage, and usage projects. So it's as I said, for private financier, the way we look at that is that probably the difficult situation is to go progressively to a taxonomy which will favor this project without killing or deteriorating too much existing project or existing investments from private industrial companies. And it's not an easy question, and we've seen that in other other areas, but it's really a big regulator question, to be honest. But it's an important element on making this project financeable or not.
Just a follow up on that, Etienne, again from the chat. In your mind, what are the one, two, three type of key actions that the governments can take to make CCUS projects interesting for a commercial bank like yourself?
Well, I think there's always two ways of looking at things. There is the way I described, which is basically you look at the project on a standalone basis, and you make sure that it has a level of revenues at some points and or cash flows which is able to serve debt. So it's a question of looking at the economics, keeping in mind that I've said that the various other categories of risks we think from our internal reviews will be okay. It requires a bit of due diligence, but it should be okay. Or if you want to accelerate things from a regulator, from a government point of view, you can work on some form of guarantee. So basically, you will have some finance debt coming in, but relying partly on a sort of support, guarantee, sponsorship from a government, from a parastatal entity, and we've seen that quite often. It's also a good way to incentivize people to look at things very early in the process, and then progressively, as things move on and there is economies of scale, there is a taxonomy which gets in place, there is more and more people using this project. You can make the assumption that at some point, this will become, let's say, balanced, basically, and so that the guarantee can be removed. So one thing is to use the proper regulatory tax environment, but again, it's something which must be done with caution, because if you push too hard too quickly, you will kill some projects. Or using the strength and the creditworthiness of the government, of the state, to push people and help people, work on projects at a very early stage, basically.
Yeah. Right. So what we've seen so far, I think, is probably dominance of supply side stimulation, but obviously we need also now market stimulation. Anyone else? Now we are approaching the end here, but anyone else like to comment on stimulation from the demand side as a way of stimulating investments here? Maybe Paul, would you think what is the French position on stimulating market side aspects here of CCUS?
Well, maybe I'm not in a country where CCS gives the best example as I mentioned earlier. Well, first we really have to focus on energy efficiency, and then that's why we are so cautious about any energy increase into the process and things we are doing. Just coming back to other questions, if I may, there are a lot going on, that was mentioned. Connecting energy facility would be a key things. Right now, we are discussing among EU, I mean member states, with the EU, the new regulation for the connecting energy facility. What I can say is it's still be an important component of and funding would be accessible through this. So this is not, and this will be complementary to innovation, because it's talking more about infrastructure and deployment. I think we are all pushing hard in the same direction, so that won't be set apart. On the demand side, what I can say is not purely about what you are talking about industry, but what we start to see, and what maybe it's in the long range, but I would see as a push, especially with the recovery and discussion about how we can recover. Is it the same as business as usual, or are we taking much more importantly about the planet and discussion we have about this pandemic and the role of the biodiversity and everything? What I want to come is to the situation that we have about the discussion about CO2 and what would be and the impact we start to feel even in the financial infrastructure, insurance of major climate issues and things like that. And now we can see that CDR, so carbon dioxide removal, and CCS is being one part. Of course, as far as the CO2 is coming from the atmosphere or is biogenic, there is starting a debate, and especially on the verge of starting COP26, about what would be the balance of reducing CO2 a lot faster than we are anticipating, comparing to the cost of the overshoot and the trajectory and everything. And you see, this is not really my part, but you see that there are active participation about shareholders pushing some companies to do something, and you start to see many interest in CCS, because CCS has been there for I would say at least 20 years or so. It's especially in Norway, and I think it's not a pure demand of the market, but demand of a society to do something. And at least at the French level, but I know we have we're starting to address this
at EU level and even at the world scale to have this acute, let's say, strategy about carbon dioxide removal.
Well, thank you very much for those words. I think addressing these overarching or pointing to these overarching questions and the bigger discussion of carbon management, I think it was a very good way of ending this session. I see there is a lot of different, or still a lot of additional questions in the chat, which we unfortunately will not have the time to address. But I think this was a very useful discussion. Obviously, financing is something you could discuss for hours here because it's just a really important aspect. But I'd like to thank you very much, all four panelists here. And also on behalf of Florence, my co-moderator, thank all the speakers for an exciting day and an exciting discussion. So now I'll leave the word to Ludovic Kobbe, who's going to make some concluding remarks, I think, on behalf of the organizers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ole Jørgen, and thank you, Florence. I hope you are hearing me well. Both of you have done a fantastic job to moderate this forum, and we know it's not easy for digital events. So I'm Ludovic Kobbe, the managing director of the French-Norwegian Chamber of Commerce based in Oslo, and please allow me to share with you some concluding remarks. So what I will remember from this morning discussion is, first of all, the desire that we all have to work together on these subjects. And we have heard this morning that we see a willingness to collaborate further, also at a territorial level. And I'm referring now to Natalia Golis' comments from Vestland region. So this is new for us as well. So we will try to promote this kind of cooperation, regional one. Wishing to work together is fundamental, but now we have to give ourselves the means to do so, as the stakes are really, really high. And we clearly understood that energy and carbon management are highly interlinked, and there is not just one solution, but a real mix of solutions, depending on the areas and the industries that has to be decarbonized. So many roadmaps, strategy plans, white papers are on the making now, as we have heard this morning. And we believe that discussions as the ones that we got this morning and earlier this afternoon will allow to bring new information, to bring new opportunities, to take the right decisions, to align in a way. And because we are learning from each other, and as Elise just told during the last session as well, team up will also help to bring the cost down, and this is very important now. I will also say that in order to be sustainable, so this solution will have to be part of a European framework. So we have to work in a collaborative way, or even maybe in an open innovation state of mind between the states, cross industries, between the public and private sectors, at a territorial level, but also at a national level, in order to set up and guarantee the stability of a well-adapted financial, tax, and regulatory framework. I will also remember that on these teams, and this point is maybe even more fundamental, the development of a low-carbon industry, whether investing on hydrogen, on capture, storage, or use of industrial CO2, will also create value. It will secure and generate employment from territories. And I wrote that during Gaëlle Cauchois presentation, 200,000 jobs could be created in Norway, according to SINTEF study, and up to 25,000 jobs will be retained only in the Hauts-de-France region, and thousands of new jobs will be created in both countries. So this is something that we have to keep in mind as well as part of the equation. So this will bring competitive advantages, and this will lead to attract new investment. So a real virtuous cycle for us. As mentioned by the Norwegian ambassador, Norway has shown the way, taking political and financial risk on CCS, in particular when they decided to launch the Northern Lights project or to finance it. So around 1.5 billion euro are to be invested to support CCUS deployment only in Norway. And to quote the French ambassador, France has also put decarbonisation at the heart of its massive recovery plan. So France has needs, but it has also ambitions, knowledge, and very efficient industries. And Paul Bonnet-Blanc just mentioned that 7 billion euro will be invested on low carbon development within 2030. So this is massive. So we strongly believe that French-Norwegian cooperation can play a leading role on decarbonisation of the industry at a European level. So we are just at the beginning of the journey. So now I would like to thank all the participants, our two ambassadors, again, our two moderators, the speakers who gave very, very valuable inputs today. I would also like to thank my colleague, Elna and Raphael, who worked a lot to organize this event, and of course, the official partners of this event. So the Norwegian Embassy in France, the French Embassy in Norway, the French Club CO2, Innovation Norway, the Research Council of Norway, and the French Institute. So we will soon look into the programming of the follow-up, because we had so many inputs today that there will be follow-ups, which I hope will take place face-to-face in France or in Norway as soon as possible. Please already note on your agenda that we will organize, together with our partner, a French-Norwegian forum on hydrogen in Oslo, the 8th of September. So I really hope that we will be able to have face-to-face event. This event has been recorded and will be soon available on the French-Norwegian Chamber of Commerce website that will appear right after this comment, www.ccfn.no. Also remember that you can use the rest of the day to request one-to-one meetings with other participants directly through the platform. So again, thank you all, keep safe, and see you very soon.